And that tea is delicious.
Let's go this way. One minute. Isn't far. Here I go. Lucky us, we are already inside the ring. It's zipline time.
Care package being delivered. Enemy spotted.
Incoming care package. Island.
Frag out.
Grappling.
Enemy spotted. Round 3. Good, we're inside. Follow the tunnel. Close ready.
Using grapple. Hostile right here. Fly on the zipline. I am. Archer. Opening fire. Giving my shield a recharge. The ring is in close proximity.
Reloading. We're close to the ring. I'm down. Close.
There's an airstrike. Watch out. There's another squad.
Movement in progress.
I can see it's a real rumble on the map.
Can't make that.
Care package. I love loot. I got you, friend.
the best we could. Good game, good game. Gunman Garza in Modern Warfare 2. I don't know. Where's Tigo? Oh, he ain't. He's hiding. See what he does. Yo! Who did? Can you hear me? You're down to play? Do you want me to wait on you? Wow. Who's Zohan? Might be Zohan. Hello? Is that Zohan? What's up, man? Good dub, man. Good dub. Good dub. Harlow is waiting on you, Tigo. Missing his Modern Warfare, buddy. When he doesn't have his buddy, he has to resort to the camping. Hiding in the solo match. Yeah, because you're so punished without your team. Yeah, me and Zohan, I actually know him, but we matched in duos randomly. Just got the dub. We just got the dub. There we go. You just won too, right? Well, we're all winners. Okay. I heard that. We got competing drop. What are they gonna do? Just pub right now. What do y'all want to do? Dude, there's so many people. Yeah, there's not just them. There's like 2 teams. Knocked one. That boy tried to come right at me. Mess with the wrong enemy, my brother. Are you good? I'm coming up. I'm coming up. I'm coming up. Coming up. Yep, you're right. He is a little bit weak. Oh, my chips just hit my hand. Yeah, I'm gonna get him back quick. So if you just kind of hold back, I'm just gonna get him in the game. It's in the game. I remember that every time I would play Madden. EA Sports. It's in the game. I mean, E and A is in the game, so in the name of the game. Did they run? Well, it's cool with me. There's a carrier drop. There's a ship landing over here. I'll look around and see what I can find you. There's boxes up here, Digo. Right here. There's a Mirage box. And your box, whatever you had, I don't know, but I didn't loot it. Yeah, so you should be good. Armor right here too. I'll wait on y'all. We can fly to the next city. Bounce them in. Just landed. Yeah, I think that's where they push through. Ooh. You want a Havoc? There's a Havoc right here. Equipped. Ooh, that's what I want. Oh, that close? Boy, looking out for me. Yo, Juju Bowman. Thanks for the follow, man. That's quite the name, too. It's definitely possible, Russell. I did the calculation. Your son is so funny, dude. They're right here. Gonna wanna wait on y'all. I'm waiting. This is waiting. Right here. About to do his ult. He's pushing around back. He's out here now. Purple. 68. Oh my. They just raged me together. Yeah, this guy's low too. This guy's low too. He's right here. He's coming. Yep, I'm trying to protect you. I'm trying to protect you. Yeah. Yeah, I lasered one, then jumped down to help him with the Wraith. Yeah, I jumped down to help you. And then I got lasered from the lifeline behind me. Have y'all played the event yet? How is it? Yeah, I only literally know like one or two people who have even tried it. So it's just like it's kind of just like an idea more than it is like a real event. Doesn't seem like they actually took like time to, oh yeah, this is gonna be like awesome. So like, let's just kind of put something out there, just extra, before we come out with Loba and all the other updates. I wonder if they're gonna add the Volt right away. Nobody's been talking about that, but they might not add it right away. Right. I mean, the Havoc is already broken, so they already have plans to nerf it.
Introducing your champion.
KS. Kill Strike. Ooh. Alright, brothers, we're going in hot. Let's just stay together. That's how we win this. I land on the outside here. I loot all these outside bins if y'all want to land. Okay. Yeah, if we stay together, we'll win this. While everyone else is just running around with their heads cut off. There's an armor back there. First bin if you don't find one. I don't even think this is really like... Yeah, I was gonna say that. Maybe? Someone on you, Tigo? Oh, he's running. Going to the building. I'm chasing with you. Yeah, I'm going up top. I want to cut her off. Oh, up here. Revenant. Yeah, I got him. I'm coming. Coming. There we go. Good job, homies. That's how good the Havoc is. Well, yeah, might as well just push out of here. I do need that. Yeah, I need your healer anyways. I don't have any health. You're her son, dude. He's so cute. I'm on the green team. Like gaming is just gonna keep getting younger and younger, you know. That's funny. Oh, so they're all like kind of talking in there. It's funny. Dude, that Evo is so easy to charge up. What'd you say? I think they made it louder. I think they made this game louder. I had to turn my game down all the way to like 15% because I couldn't hear anybody. It like was, I don't know why, just out of nowhere it got extremely loud. Ooh, R99 for you. You want that? Take it, take it. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep the Havoc. Wrecking right now. I probably need that, don't I? The backpack. Not getting it though. Keep pushing. I'll find one. Got some really... Oh, there's a body up there. There's a really good... Or I got some really good oolong tea. Never tried this brand, but highly impressed. Very good. heard you, dude. Almost gave you the Haruken. Oh, sweet. Look, got a world drop right here too. Wait up here. Honestly, we can fly out of here after too. How are we not the champions? Oh, right. We died quick, didn't we? Choo, choo, choo. If it's a Mastiff, please let me get it. If it's a Kraber, yeah. Okay. Oh, it's just a purple.
Optics here. Sniper.
Fly out of here. I put my zip up here. Is that on the hill? You hear that revive? Where is that? It's far. Let's just go over there anyways. What was the drop pattern? It was... I don't know what it was, honestly. Dude, I need to drop some of my energy. I think someone's by me. Oh, that's you actually, never mind. Looking to the left though. Shooting at us? Thing is so loud. Oh, he set a portal right here. Nading it. Right here. 52. Flesh. He's knocked. Knocked. He's 38 blue. Or purple. I mean gold. What the heck? Blue and purple do make gold though, right? She's cracked. Almost dead. She's charging. Kill him. Alright, I'm gonna res him. She had a self-res. I already killed the first guy. It was so funny, dude. Oh, dude, that was perfect. Good job, guys. That was... Ah, it's okay, dude. We won the battle. That's all you had to do. He's like, that's not what I want to hear. Sometimes you go down, you know, it's just part of the game, honestly. What do I need? I don't need anything. I don't know what he's got in there. Honestly, good. Yeah, they had good stuff. That's maybe towards market. You hear that? It's far. There it is. It's far though. It's over here somewhere.
Might be something good this way.
Someone's fighting, dude. I'm telling you. They're gonna come in the ring somewhere. Catch them. There's only 6 squads. Yeah, there they are. Someone's right up here. Hear him? Oh, you're alone. Okay. Who, me? Yeah, be careful. This spot is not good. It's like mega always see people. Oh, there's a care pack. That's probably a bait. It's probably a bait. Watching up top. Right? Yeah, they're baiting. Okay, good. We'll meet you right here.
Body shield here.
Let's go this way.
45 seconds, rings close. Enemy spotted.
Yeah, these guys are killing people. I know there's people fighting. They're running from each other. You're on the Hemlock game?
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
Using grapple.
Oh, that was a big circle. I think we just... Oh, they're fighting over here. Okay, okay, okay.
I am taking fire, friends.
Oh, wow. Almost dead.
Frag out.
There's Pathfinder. He's the last one. He's making a desperation. Get him. Touchdown! They threw the box at you. He tried to make a desperate run, dude. I could just see it in his armor, in his metal eyes. Gotta get out of here. He was just trying to get out of there. He knew the ring was coming. He knew his friends were dead. That was just one of those situations. Ooh, world drop. Let's go down there. Is that a world drop? Can't see it through the tree. Oh, it's right there. Alright. Can you set a portal to it, just in case? Okay. You cool, you cool. Someone by us. Oh, right here. Oh, he's ripped. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Oh, I got a Mastiff. They're over here, dude. I got a Mastiff. I did, but I had a Mastiff. Let him come down to us. Let him come down to us. Bait him down. Bait him down. Got him? I got res. I got res. Nice job.
Only 2 enemies.
What the heck? Okay. He wouldn't even let me grab you the whole time.
Healing up. Eyes are open now.
Taking fire, friends.
Charge my shield.
Are they pushing? Lasered me. Yeah, he lasered me. I see him.
Recharging my shield.
Going around.
Recharging my shield. Target spotted. Listen up, I'm getting shot at. Recharging my shield. Warning. Movement in progress.
Right here. Okay, I got my zipper. Come here. Here, come here.
Just a sec. 1 sec.
I want to cut him off. I want to cut him off. Where? 36 on the blood. Where is he? Got him? Yeah. Oh, he's good. He's got self-res. Yep. Yeah, there was. I think it's a world drop, actually.
Patching myself up.
What?
Hostile close.
These guys are set up.
Throwing Oxstar. Oxstar out.
Oh, they got like a massive, probably.
Opening fire. Patching myself up. 1 minute. Reloaded. Just
We're good. Let's try this. Gold. 60. 20. Wait. What'd you say? Okay. 1 sec. Wait. I gotta break the trap. Wait.
You are the champions.
That massive is so cheap. It's so good. Dun, dun, dun. Yo, what's up, man? Switching your mics on us.
We will defeat all of our enemies.
I can't hear you now. I can hear you now.
It's only over when it's over.
Well, that would make sense, wouldn't it? Right? She said it's only over when it's over.
Follow my path to win.
I updated my stream today. I put my banner. It has my icon on it. So like where it says the name of your character, it has my icon around it. You have to look at it to see it.
I'm going over there.
It's pretty cool. Yeah, I'll go to the right. Right with this guy that's right in my face already.
I'm getting hit over here.
All good? I heard somebody. Can you come to us? Just come to me. Come to me out here. Come to me out here. I'm good. I got you. Here, I dropped a EV8 out here for you. Yeah, come here. What's he doing? I'm gonna stick it. Run. Wow, she wasn't glitching. Did you see her? She did like a phase in a phaser. That was crazy. She like jumped out the window and looked like Metamorphosis. Gave me the one. Dude. That was crazy, dude. Give me the Metamorphosis. I mean, I didn't even see her doing it, like, come out the window. All I saw was she was just there. I thought they all had no shields. Already had almost killed the Pathfinder. Of course, though, out of all of them, the Wraith has a Peacekeeper. They probably dropped it and gave it to her. Sounds about right. Oh, dude, not even took the rank. Level 9.
This is your champion.
The heart of victory is in the squad.
Huh?
I can say something nice. I'm the jump master. I won't let you down, except by falling.
Oh.
Hold your breath.
I know you.
Let's go this way.
Yo, Somalith, thanks for the pizza. The pizza. Pixel. The skills. Is there someone coming here, actually? Okay. Just try to focus him. That boy got lit. I'm coming. Are they on you, Zohan? 2 teams. Okay, okay. There's one. He's purple, Zohan. He's coming to finish my homie. Eight. 36. Nice. Sleeping on the chat. He's coming behind us right here. He's purple. 70. Oh my gosh! Sorry. It's like my daughter would say, sorry. Oh no, a crypto drone. 200 damage on him. Oh, they're up top. Are you serious? He's camping up there, dude, with a Havoc. Thank you. Do you have heals? Can you drop your healer back here at least? I know, I was blocking the door though for that reason. Dang it. Yeah. Yeah, man, that team must have came from like yeah, definitely, because they were not there. We killed the first team. Sorry. I guess that just means they outsmarted you. I had to clean my computer, dude. I did not realize how much just old cycle bin registry. It's been bogged. Need to get some music though for just been playing pubs. Yep. For some reason though, sometimes when I play it, it messes up my game. So I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it though. Yeah, that's what I usually do. You already know what I do, man. You read my mind. What? The heck was that, Tigo? Boy got it. Did you try to itch your nose? Oh, that boy's right on you too. Dang it, dude. I'm coming. I'm sorry, dude. Alright, I'm coming behind you. I can't get in there. I'm just running. Got him? Yeah. See what they do. Oh! Dude, they're almost... Oh no, they're almost all dead and this guy comes out of nowhere! Oh my gosh. He's gonna try to thirst me. He's gonna try to thirst me. Right here. One alone, they're coming now. All of them. The Pathfinder's full of shields. It's coming up to y'all. These guys are weak. The Pathfinder is. The Pathfinder. You got him, dude. Just play your body. Play your body. You got it. Play your body. Here, try to res me, dude. Try to res me. Or him. Nice, nice. Good job, good job. Nice job. I made it away. Zohan, can you do a portal up to me? You should be good. Oh, dude, when I get res, I'm gonna fly through the portal. Here, I got you. Just dropped everything, so potted me. Alright, let's try to get him. Dude, I dropped my wingman from my Mozambique. I did not realize that. I went to kill that guy, and then I realized, like, the heck? Where? Oh, that's okay, let's just get out of here. Alright, I'm challenging him. Running now. I'm trying. I was waiting until I could get like something high. Yeah, go ahead, dude. I just want to get out of this lobby. Got no armor, no weapon. There you go. There you go. Get that. Oh, that boy's. Boy beamed him too. Uh, yep. 10 more minutes. How do they grade your points on here? Looking at the leaderboard on Twitch. Cause you by far pass. You have 35. The leaderboard on Twitch for my stream. Are they up here? Oh, I'm not Pathfinder. Oh, you can't even cancel his ult. Oh, that's good to know, right? You want to push there? Okay. Yeah, let's go. They can. There you go. Let me see what I got. I got 0, sorry. Let's get this guy outside. Where? I'll do. He's running. He's running. I'm checking side first. You're not gonna catch him. Boy's gone. They're right there. Yeah, right here. I hit him. We're flanking. Yep, they're going this way. Knocked. Knocked. Dead. That other guy just must have been the last one on his team. He escaped. So how y'all feeling about Loba? Something's going on. Get out of here. Get out of here. Go, go, go. I wonder if I set my totem and we went through here if we could use it. Where are we at in the ring? I don't know. I care where we go. I hear somebody. Down here. Mister. This guy's ripped. You got her? There you go. Alright, I got the Bloodhound. Got me and I'm on team. Team. Here, here, here. You want to use this with me? Was pushing. Okay. Come out here. Come up to us. Come up to us. You're... Yeah, he was right behind you. That's what Pathfinder does when he's good, at least. He'd surprise his enemies like that. Hey, there's a gold prowler. I know you want that, Tigo. Or somebody. It goes on my feet, they won't let me free. I want to push down to this. It's over here. It goes on my feet, they won't let me free. Let me go. Let me go. Let's go down the bottom part first. Yeah, let's go here. We see where they are anyways. Yep. Right here. She's almost dead. The lifeline down there. I'm hurting bad. Coming. Oh my, she ripped me. Oh, she's thirsting. Are you kidding? This Wraith, dude. She just instantly killed me with that Peacekeeper. Or I mean the, what is that thing? It's the weapon you had, the Prowler. I had no chance. I thought she was weak. I thought, I don't know, dude. Oh, here's what it is. Was on my feet, yeah, yeah. Water treatment. There's 3 teams going back behind us. Yeah, we should be able to loot this and push back. Loot, loot, loot. Yep, sounds good to me. Oh, I hope we get good weapons. That's not bad. That's good. Okay, I'll take that perk. If you find extra armor, let me know. Oh, there's a hammer, huh? Okay. Just want the hammer and the white. Got P2020. Is there another one? It's cool. Let's just push in. Yeah. We can just push in. Yo, thanks for following, man. Actons. Are they all right there? Where are they? I'm not pushing that way, dude. Yeah, he's... Let him come at us. I'll hit him right in his face. They're not pushing though, I don't think. Good job. That P2020, dude. That hammer. What? Yep. You still need armor?
This guy here, dog.
Yeah, let's push them. Perfect, perfect. They're over here.
Alright, dog.
I'm looking for you. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Pathfinder just flew up to the left. Oh, dude. Where? Got him? No, he's right here. And there's another one behind me. There's a whole nother team, I think. Last one in here. He's coming out. He's coming out. He's on top. He's on top. He's on top. Here, I'm going to go in this back. Yep, yep, yep. I'm going to go in the room behind me if you drop your healer in here. Oh. Nice. Good job, brother. Good job. No, it's perfect play. Perfect play. As long as we win the battle, that's all that matters, right? What? I went too far. Shield bat anywhere? Just one? I got a whole thing to charge, thank you. Rather not use every single shield saw I have. I'm good. I'm gonna keep this P2020. You're good. He's right here, he's right here. I don't know, maybe I can crawl this wall, one sec. went around over here. She's setting a portal at you. Setting a portal right here. He's behind you. No shields. Knocked. He's right here. I got him. Alright, I'm coming up to you. Dude, Revenant is pretty good. I got you. I don't know what this guy has. I didn't loot either of the boxes, so. Dude, this P2020 is pretty good. Oh, okay. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Get us out. We're just pushing the cave. It's not been what I'm supposed to be. On here. They killed him on the hill. Here. Oh, nice. Oh, he's right here. I'm ripped. Oh my, dude, that Prowler. It's cheating, man, I'm telling you. You don't have your portal, do you? I think they're pushing out. Man, oh shit, that portal. He ran up on me? They're all on me now. Dude, that Prowler. Can't even... Nice shots. Nice shots. Y'all might want to push them. Yeah, push them, push them. You got the advantage. You got the height. It's okay though, you got the height. You're gonna have to... Don't fire the... Yep, there you go, there you go. Another one. Double team these guys together. He threw his ult. Yeah, you gotta push in. Here you go. Nice, last one, last one. Play the rock, play the rock, play the rock. Play the, yeah, get in the house, get in the house. That guy's solo up there. He's just solo shooting, dude. Can you get my banner before you res him so I don't time out? Thanks. I think he's solo, dude. I only saw one guy. Nice. Good job, good job. Could res me on the back. Even if you res me outside, that'd be a good push. Up there on the hill by outside of Skull Town. I'd rather that than the cave. Then at least I could loot that stuff. Dude, I've been lasered by that Prowler like every game. Whoa, whoa, whoa. He's on the hill. They might be pushing down at you. They might be pushing down at him from the hill where you were. Oh, they did a crypto. They did a crypto on him. Dang it. Nice job. Alright, I'm like 10 seconds out. Nice job. Nice. They're fighting over there. They just killed the other team. The final battle. Oh, my box. There we go. Alright. Pretty good. Yeah, I'm actually good. I'm gonna push these guys. If y'all want to. Alright, I'm coming. What are they doing? I'm good. I hit them all. Okay, I'm pushing. Yep. I'm healing, I'm healing. I'm healing. What? 0.2 seconds. Man, dude. My fault, guys. My fault. Choked. I just choked, dude. Right. I was literally .2 I saw in the Phoenix kit. .2.
Jetpack on my soul. Will I ever land? I don't know. Shackles on my feet, yeah, they won't let me be. Won't you set me free? Pray this on me.
Gonna land down here.
My feet, oh, they won't let me be. Won't
Alright,
you set
I'm gonna land right here.
Pray this
Push.
on me.
Alright. Alright, I'll land right here.
Let me go. I've been going through so much, I swear these people let my throat. That's on me, that's on mama. On my mama, I can't take no more, so miss me with that.
The reason I can't get my notifications to show on my stream.
Hold me down, I rise up on her like the tax rate. Keep my past straight, never lack faith. God been working, they go.
You don't got a weapon? Perfect. That's how we like it. Yeah, I get those bends. I'm almost dead. I literally thermited myself. Oh my gosh. Come on, man. This guy came out of nowhere. I shouldn't have thirsted. He's rezzing, I think, of my ex. I knocked his friend. Right there. Nice, that was him. Wraith is like the Watson. He go. Give him that piece. A peacekeeper, man. It's deadly. Deadly. Nice, nice, nice. Alright, back in the game. Loot, loot, loot. Maybe I'll go dual Havocs. Alright. Any heavy mags? Let's push the what is this? The air base? Or not air base, what is this called? The train. Which train? You wanna fly? You wanna fly there? Yeah.
I spit out a paragraph, paraphrase, share the math.
Sure.
They see how I'm going up. I won't even stare
Every
back.
company's gonna need a bailout.
I'm taking their toes up. They latching on the back of a tow truck for free rides. Monty, I was caught by Jehovah from the high I was going.
Right?
Sticking your nose up and we
Yeah, because at the end of the day, everybody's gonna have to fly. You know, it's right. That's. I think he's right up here on the ramp, right here. The gold right here, Sentinel. If you want that.
and spitting. Temple is
He is. He's right here.
in the system. Vision is vivid, I've been there. Keep it the mission. Get the roof off till Christmas. The devil lurking, I don't mess with snakes. So I keep
I don't know if
it
he's running. What he's doing.
Hopped out the plane, I'm a parachuter. Devil wanna aim, but he know I keep a parachuters. One on my left and one on my right, like on Larry Hoover. Long nose are like a barracuda. If you love her and can't bear to lose her, dog, don't be sorry you ain't share it sooner.
Sorry, I missed every shot.
Evil, I'm reaching for Jesus to block when they seeking to harm me.
She's cracked. I'm gonna help.
I'm so free, God. I got the holy key. Oh yeah, I'm so free, God. I know they wanna agree, but I don't really care if they're aware. I just put a prayer up in the air.
Whoa.
Give me more than I can bear. Yeah.
Dude, who is shooting me behind? There's a guy all the way across here, a random guy.
Oh yeah, I'm so free, God. I know they wanna.
I cannot believe that, bro. That guy's not even on their team.
I just put a prayer up in the air. He won't give me more than I can bear. Yeah. Called mama to thank her for praying for me. She know people perish, demons daring me. Top shot, I came in the game, pouring and broke, beating bear, but he been sparing me. My speech is rare, my team is seraphim. Can't read this air, I need some clarity. With frequent prayer, I defeat the haters. They wily coyote until they gotta meet me. They make her. We meet deep and we need our savior. He was beat for no reason, like a preseason player. So thankful. I know I was feeling like trying to put it all at his throne. You know I'm a savage, I'm broken and battered. My soul is so careless, I'm showing my talent. I'm loading the cannon, I'm showing the pattern. My hope is in Jehovah, I'll never fold. I know with the boat how I flow. I'm so free, God. I got the holy key. Oh yeah, I'm so free, God.
There's another team over here.
I don't really care if they're aware.
This is the team that killed me.
He won't give me more than I can bear. Yeah. I'm so free, God. I got the holy key. Oh yeah, I'm so free, God. I know they wanna agree, but I don't really care if they're aware. I just put a prayer up in the air. He won't give me more than
Got your
I can
portal?
bear. Yeah. I'm so free, God. I'm so free, God. I don't really care if they're aware. I just put a prayer up in the air. He won't give me more than I can bear.
They're gonna chase. There's no way they're not gonna chase. He's right behind you. Phase. Gonna shoot you.
Front line. We got soldiers on the front line. Christ in my bloodline. Ain't another one above mine. Front line. Soldiers on the front line. Christ in my bloodline. Tell me, ain't another one above mine. Yeah, hey, welcome to Alice, Texas.
I cannot believe this.
Say that it's a small town. Another KMF message.
Just keep going. Keep running.
Breaking chains of addiction. Flushing out the dope you used to smoke in the kitchen. Digging like the Christ, like a chain, now it's different. I hear when it's sold, you truly making a difference. Front line. We got soldiers on the front line. Christ in my bloodline. Ain't another one above me.
Just jump off, or are you gonna try it?
Tell the truth. You don't stop to pray or read your Bible till you hit the booth. So tell me how you ready for a war with the enemy. I go where he's sending me. The spirit is
Still chasing, dude.
front line. This is where I be. No more pistol popping, no more reefer for me, honestly. Hey, I'm in Dallas, I'm in Dallas.
Do you have any heals?
Fighting with my fists, I got the spirit fighting for us. They want the stage. How much learning do I gotta get? Hey, if you wanna grow, you better get discipleship. I took the loss and I bounce back like I am Michael Vick.
Cannot believe that, bro.
I'm on top of it.
They deserve to get like reported for that kind of stuff.
No fear with the kingdom on the inside, angels all around, so the demons gotta go high. Hey, he hit the right hand, baby. We not in this world, so we might look crazy. We written the sound, so the beat keep banging, roof keep raising. Tell me who you praising, my God, my
I cannot believe they literally just chased you.
back to the truth. I was in the ground, but he pulled
Wow.
the hood, got me jaw.
That's actually kind of sad, to be honest.
Front line. We got soldiers on the front line. Christ in my bloodline. Ain't another one above mine.
It's really sad, actually.
We going head up with the Philistines. Watch us stop a mud hole in
It's really sad.
reservation. I can hear the Lord telling me. We done seen a lot of drugs, no prescription. Free and there's no addiction. Lifetime decision. No division, I'm on a mission.
You should have quit. Just like went in the corner and quit.
We ain't seeking the platform,
Jim Carrey with the Tommy gun. Rolled up with my father, I'm a true soldier. Yeah, father God got his hands on me, that show was over. Them all falling, them chains breaking. His face shining, my face shining, that's consecration. The father's full of compassion, he sends redemption. Ready to come redeem you in any type of condition. He's holy and awesome. He's my healer, doctor of doctors. Put your trust in the father, then the winds will never come toss you. Front line. Front line. We got soldiers on the front line. Christ in my bloodline. Ain't another one above mine.
You can catch me in the street on the front line. Save my life from the past like a touchdown. Light so bright, got shades for the sunshine. Stay eating up the word like it's lunchtime. Man, he saved me from a lie, yeah, the Lord knows. Can't understand my tongues like it's Morse code. I don't dig through the floor when the doors close. Try to preach so it reach to your soul. In the name of Jesus, demons get up out of here. Catch me
Okay.
in the war zone, find me on
It's gonna go here, so.
Let it go, yeah, we all gotta take it down. Turn from your sin in the past that he saved you from.
Front line. We got soldiers on the front line. Christ in my bloodline. Ain't another one above mine. Front line. Soldiers on the front line. Christ in my bloodline. Tell them, ain't another one above mine.
Might as well push right down. 'Cause that's a hot drop too, down here. I don't see anybody. That was just error.
Top the headphones for me. Yeah. Oh.
There's someone right there.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't want that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey. Living in different seasons.
That boy got the skin on it. Alien 5000.
Making the way out the trenches. I'm never walking alone. Got angels by the legions. I spring up when I fall.
Okay, he's here to the right. Be careful.
Do this for the city. Hit up Tony.
Right here, EV8.
I'm independent.
Went back here.
I run these numbers. I'm on my Russell Wilson. I'm in the field. It ain't no capping in the four seasons. For his grace, I don't
Just dropped a bunch of stuff right here.
tell me that I can't. I did. They've been trying to tell me that it won't. It did. They've been always trying to shoot me down. They missed. I just seen God change my
You want
life.
that?
They did. Hey, understand it. You can't stop when I'm supposed to
This
be.
guy
Took a
ran.
I'm a savage when I'm on the beat. I got favor getting blessed 'cause I'm
He
so
landed here. He looted this.
for a show, run up the feed, living in different seasons. I got a million reasons. I saw my mom and daddy making their way out the trenches. I'm never walking alone. Got angels by the legions. Spring up when I fall. I made it through the seasons. I do this for the city. Hit up Tony Ford, boys. You know I'm independent. I tell my talk, I run these numbers. I'm on my Russell.
Let's just push the Mirage. I don't know where this guy's going.
For his grace, I don't deserve it. Yeah. OG told me don't
Oh, he's right here.
spend it all your bread. I'm a giver, ain't taking, but I took a chance. Look,
He's ripped. Like ripped. He's right here.
top seat, top flame, ain't never hot lanes. I was so focused on the job, then I got paid. Seek
Boy tried to make it so he couldn't get his armor.
ain't worried about the team. We don't even speak a op name, even when it dropped. I was going through
What's he doing?
took a different route, so I'm
He's sad. I would be sad at least.
man, I probably could have stopped.
Yo. Where did he get all this stuff? Oh, he probably got the best of the best and ran. In the hot drop though, he got that gold shield and just set out.
I got a million reasons.
That's funny.
My mom and daddy making their way out the trenches. I'm never walking alone.
Going down.
Angels by the
What do you mean?
Spring up when I fall. I made it through the seasons. I do this for the city. Hit up Tony for the plug. You know I'm independent. I talk my talk. I run these numbers. I'm on my Russell Wilson. In the field, it ain't no capping in the four seasons. For this grace, I don't deserve it.
On the hop officer. Double tap trigger.
I had to cover up my eyes. Saw what the bottom looking like. Still got a little bit of light. Yeah.
We're long gone.
It's like you gave me new sight. More and more, a little over time. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't see anything up there. Alright, I'm right behind you. In the building? Bottom or top? I was gonna say I don't see anybody. Here, pull back, pull back. Got you. Got you. Knocked. What is he doing? Oh, bro. I think they got rushed. I think they got rushed. Be careful. That's a third party. Knocked one. I knocked him. Charging. They're dead. Except for this guy. Nope. I gave him the old. Yep. There is a care package right there. I need heals, yeah. I don't use aimer on this. I don't use sights on this. Yep. I only want big heals if you find medkits. Oh, there's guys up here. They just got that care package. They might have a they might have a Kraber or Mastiff or something here. What is it? Purple? Okay. Alright, got you. It was right here. Yep. Oh my gosh. Okay, they're coming. Sliding down the hill. They're coming. It's every shot on her. I choked. Yeah, the Wraith was choked. My fault. I had the perfect flank on him. Man, bad play. They did not see me. I should have threw an arc star on the hole. Or a thermite. As soon as they knocked you, Tio was right on the left. Yeah, they were literally like camping there. Sad. My whole team on a light beam. I know you seen the whole bling, cause we all got rings. Now we on the finer things. I was chasing out the dreams. Now I'm chasing out the Jesus. I was trying to get some freedom. Now I read them and weep. All my enemies, I beat them to sleep. Way too high up, man, I really can't even breathe. I know I seen it be defeated, but I was just cold feet, anemic. Had to get a jetpack to become the Phoenix. Wonder how I made it out the trap of genius. I'm the uniquest. You just not in my league. Jetpack on my soul. Will I ever land? I don't know. Jetpack on my soul.
They won't take shots at the globe. Chip ain't on my soul. Chip ain't on my soul. Jetpack on my soul. Will I ever land? I don't know.
Enough lying around. We dropping.
I don't think we can. Maybe I don't think so. It's faster than us. Yeah, I might be able to. Oh, you got it. There you go. Ah. I'm the only one who does it. Oh, sad. Oh, horrible. I didn't get anything.
Oh my mama, I can't take no more, so miss me with that drama. Get your commas, get your racks straight, get your facts straight. Hold me down, I rise up on her like the tax rate. Keep my past straight.
Perfect.
Never lack faith. God been working, they gon' have to hold me back, man. And tell them, you can pick a side if you want.
Cool, isn't it?
You already know who I bro with.
Alright, I'm coming.
You don't want no problems with me.
Push to the bottom. Sorry, dude. I'm over here. Can't make it.
Won't you set me free? Break this hold on me. Break this hold. I got them shackles off my feet, yeah, yeah. Can't put me back up in them streets, yeah, yeah. I couldn't move, but now I'm free, yeah, yeah. I got them shackles on my feet, yeah, 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 yeah. Down for me, down for me. People let me use brown for me.
Oh my gosh. I thought they'd be weak. I didn't think they would be camping your box like that, honestly. I thought he'd be a bit closer too.
Shackles on my feet, yeah, they won't let me be. Won't you set me free?
How did my arc star? It didn't hurt any of them.
I got them shackles off my feet, yeah, yeah. Can't put me back up in them
I don't
streets,
know.
yeah, yeah. I couldn't move, but now
Oh,
I'm
you're
free,
dead.
yeah, yeah. I got them shackles on my feet, yeah, yeah. I got them shackles off my feet, yeah, yeah. Can't put me back up in them streets, yeah, yeah.
Oh, oh yeah. Oh, we got it. Good job, Jim. Oh. The drop from the, I just didn't get anything. I thought I would land on the thing, and I was the only one who didn't make it. I landed out in the middle of the train tracks. There was nothing for me there, except for heartache.
I spit out a paragraph, paraphrase, share the math.
I don't know, I was on it, and then I just slid off.
Airspace, tear the tracks, snare at the base, I pack it and fold it up. I'm taking their toes up, they latching on the back of a tow truck for free rides. Monty, I was called by Jehovah from the
It was like the acceleration just didn't stop on my body. I got a mouse bungee today. Cause I was thinking of buying I was thinking of buying the wireless G502. It's 10 grams lighter. It's pretty much exactly the same thing, but it has no wire. But I don't know, man. I was just like $140. Are you serious? No way. Yeah. Yeah, I got a bungee, and it's very nice actually. The bungee's only $20. It keeps the cord like perfectly still. I'm above the mouse at all times.
I just put a prayer up in the air. He won't give me more than I can bear. Yeah. Ooh, ooh. I'm so free, God. I got the holy key. Oh yeah. I'm so free, God. I know they won't agree, but I don't really care if they're aware. I just put a prayer up in the air. He won't give me more than I can bear. Yeah.
Nice.
Call mama to thank her for praying for me. She
Mozambique.
know people, parents, demons, daring
Who, me?
Top shot, I can't
Oh, I'll give you what I get. 1 second.
my speech is rare, my team is seraphim. Can't breathe this air.
Nice, that's what I need. Heavy ammo. Oh, right here. Dude, this is the most horrible loot. I didn't even get an armor. There we go. I'm going up top, dude. I gotta use my Centennial Wireless. There's a vault key right here. I gotta use my Centennial Wireless though. Right here.
I got the holy key. Oh yeah, I'm so free, God. I know they wanna agree, but I don't really
He's ripped.
I just put a prayer.
Yeah, he was ripped.
He won't give me more than I can bear. Yeah. I'm so free, God. I got the holy key.
We're doing good. Won a couple games. We're doing good, yeah. We've won a couple games.
I just put a prayer up in the air. He won't give me more than I can bear. Yeah.
He's hurt. He's not. Or his shield's broke. This guy's up top, dude. He's just relentless. Are you kidding, dude? Come on, man. Alright. Yeah, res me, please. Oh, I should have res myself. Yep. He's rushing. I'm sorry, dude. I baited you in that. Can't even hear me. Y'all got him, dude? Boy, just had like the craziest strafe. Bomb in the corner of my eye. Dude, this Centennial Wireless is so bad. I got none. I got nothing of him. Use. Definitely not that one. The Sentinel is so bad. So bad.
We got soldiers on the front line. Christ in my bloodline. Ain't another one above mine. Hey, how you living? Won't you tell the truth? You don't stop to pray.
Maybe they updated secretly the Havoc to be as strong as the Volt. And then they're gonna nerf the Havoc, right? See what I'm saying? And then they're gonna make the Volt as strong as the Havoc. Because they already said they're gonna nerf the Havoc.
Hey, if you wanna grow, you better get discipleship. I took a loss and I bounce back like I am Michael Vick. So if you need a soldier, send me, I'm on top of it.
Yeah, we in the battle, you can
Back
see us on
left.
the front line. Whole team set free by the most high. No fear with the kingdom on the inside. Angels all around. So
Oh, it's back left.
hey, he hit the right hand, baby.
Grab it at the same time if you want to get it.
Look crazy. Spirit didn't sound so the beat keep
I've done it, man. I'll let you.
rising. Tell me who you praising.
Pretty cool.
My God, so good.
The Lobas thing, you haven't done it yet?
I was in the ground, but he pulled me from the mud. Got me all cleaned up.
Cool.
Now I'm ready for the flood.
Yeah, it is in this one.
Front line. We got soldiers on the front line. Christ in my bloodline. Ain't another one above mine.
Shout out to Victorious Frontline Ministries. We going head off with the Philistines.
Yeah, it's back left, so when you come in here,
Restoration, I can hear the Lord telling me. We just in the
first you have to grab the armor.
free your lands, free your
It, I don't even see it. Oh, they stopped it. They had the thing right here.
make it dope, boy. Put the clock down.
Yeah, it's not in here anymore.
Put the rock down.
Sorry.
Take a weed here, put the pot down. Then you'll take them to the altar, the drop down.
Someone's out here.
Them opportunities come. But we ain't seeking the platform, look, we just wanna love. I don't wanna walk in the council.
He's right here pushing me.
Bang on the enemy. Jim Carrey with
I got no heals.
rolled up with my father, I'm a true soldier. Yeah, father God got his hands on me, that show was over. Them
I gotta run, dude. I got no heals. Good. They're good, yeah. Bad. I got. Let's just go up right into the city. Not fight.
Christ in my bloodline. Ain't another one above mine.
Let's just do
You can catch me in the street on the front line.
You'll probably need them too. Pretty heavy in the meta. Here, you can get in the bottom up here too. There we go. Thank you. They're still probably nading down there. We got 700 meters. I love it.
Ain't another one above mine. Front line. Soldiers on the front line. Christ in my bloodline. Tell them, ain't another one above mine.
All looted. Let someone get it for us. Let's go get it. We're fighting. Let's go. Let's go.
Angels by the legions. I spring up when I fall. I made it through the seasons. I do this for the city. Hit up Tony for the plug. You know I'm independent. I talk my talk. I run these numbers. I'm on my Russell Wilson. I'm in the field. It ain't no capping in the 4 seasons. For his grace, I don't deserve it.
All right, tunnel.
They've been trying to tell me
Sure.
that I can't. I did. They've been trying to tell me that it won't. It did. They've been
Right here.
trying to shoot me down. They
We're here, boys.
changed my life, yeah he did. Hey, understand it, you can't stop when I'm supposed to be. Took advantage, I'm a savage when I'm on the beat. I got favor getting blessed cause I'm sowing seeds. Hey, hit up the squad for a show, run up the feed, living in different seasons. I got a million reasons.
Wow.
I saw my mom and daddy.
That was like the best fight.
I'm never walking alone. Got angels by the
People?
Spring up when I fall. I made it through the
I need shields.
hit up Tony for the plug, you know I'm
But I'm
independent. I talk my talk, I run these numbers, I'm on my Russell Wilson. In the field,
Right here. Here we go.
in the 4 seasons. For his grace, I don't deserve it. Yeah.
Like a very low. Oh, that boy died. Okay. People? I think anybody else is here. I don't think anybody else is here.
I was so focused on the job, then I got paid. Seek first the king, then the things you can obtain. Worry about the team, we don't even speak a odd name. Even when it dropped, I
That's
was
me.
going through a lot.
I was charging it at you.
But I'm not, had my back against the wall, man, I probably could.
Hey, you're it. That boy's eyes started to flutter. About to get bolted.
I ain't even trying to hear you talk about so-and-so. They was vacant with the vision. This is a subject I won't mention. Went to God just to listen.
Made that boy don't jump out his chair. Yeah. This will be the worst spot to face a Pathfinder. Right, he's setting up a flank. That's bad. Oh, that's real. That was real. Right here. Right here. No, it is real. They're out here. Right here. No, he's right down here now. He's coming up. Right here. Wait. Another guy right here. Nice. Ripped. I'm gonna fly with you, Zohan, on this guy. Oh my gosh. Here, I need to get this shield back real quick. Wait on me. Ooh, you got the dot. Will they just get off me? Coming. I stuck him. He's up here. This guy's solo. They're around the back. Getting up top. They're around the back side. This guy's right here. Yep, yep, yep. Run, run, run. No, right here. Hold on. Right here, dude, he's low. Easy kill. Res me quick, res me quick. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. You got the fighting. Just flash. He's dead. Died like whole our team. Low. Knocked. Oh no, nice, that's it. Oh, boom boom is right, man. Those are epic battles for nothing. Locking the door. Good shotgun ammo. I gotta get heals like bats. Alright, good.
They won't take shots at the glow. I'm not shy, I just shine on the low. Jetpack on my soul.
Alright.
Will I ever land? I don't know.
Res after res after.
Jetpack on my soul. They won't take shots at the glow. Jetpack on my soul.
Holy
Jetpack on my soul.
Start to get the feeling I'm missing out on my healing. I've cast it, but I'm still reeling. I'm looking up at the ceiling, ain't thinking about these millions. Be stressing over the 99. Wish I could rewind the time. Maybe then I could find the me that I lost that you bought in place.
Yeah.
I know it's not too late. I can't get
Probably that guy zipped away earlier.
and leave the mess on the front lawn and be gone.
I don't get why you can't drop items when you're on the zipline. Right here.
Jetpack on my soul.
152.
I don't know.
Oh, dude, that skinned his
I'm not shy, I just
head.
on the low.
Heck. First one lasered him. He's gold though.
Will I ever land? I don't know.
Here though.
Jetpack on my soul.
Good.
They won't take shots at the glow. Jetpack on my soul.
Knocked. Knocked. Woo! Yeah, 360 to the dome. Ooh, that Kraber makes you respect somebody. I'm still not getting respect. 3 kills. 300 damage. There we go, boys.
I know I seem to be defeated, but I was just cold feet and anemic. Had to get a jetpack to become the Phoenix.
No, I want to play this map so bad. I want to play this map so bad.
Will I ever land? I don't know. They won't take shots at the glow. Jetpack on my soul. Jetpack on my soul. Jetpack on my soul. Will I ever land? I don't know.
I just wanna pray.
Won't you set me free? Pray this on me. Shackles on my feet, oh, they won't let me be. Won't you set me free? Pray this on me.
What's going on? What's wrong? We didn't get champion? Alright. Well, you know what that means. We gotta die right away. I find third partying the hot drop is usually the best choice. Seems like hot drops are whack lately. Like the loot is just not, it's not hot. Yeah, it's just not hot. Like this right here, I'm not even in the hot drop.
Oh, that was me. Oh, that was a.
Shackles on my feet, yeah, they won't let me be. Won't you set me free? Pray this on
Sorry.
Pray this
I don't got weapon though.
off my feet, yeah, yeah.
Did you loot over here?
Up in them streets, yeah, yeah. I couldn't move, but now I'm free, yeah, yeah.
Alright, one second, just wait on us. I don't got weapons.
Down for me. People left me, you was brown for me. Brown for me. All that bitterness, a nigga had to let it go. People talking down on me,
Come
I
here.
guess that's how it go.
You got one.
Let 'em know that's on me, yeah. Shackles on my feet.
You thirsty?
Holding on free, yeah. Even
He's right here. 55.
got the memo, read the message. Found my purpose, found my method. Only I like to possess it. Tell 'em. You can pick a side if you wanna. You already know who I roll with. You don't want no
Here.
problems with me. Get these shackles off.
Shackles on my feet, yeah, they won't let me be.
Right here, 46 on him, white.
Pray this
Revenant.
on me. Pray this on me. I got them shackles off my feet, yeah, yeah. Can't put me back up in them streets, yeah, yeah. I couldn't move,
Got him.
now I'm free.
Oh, that was a champion.
I got them shackles off
Coming up to y'all.
yeah. I got them shackles off my feet, yeah, yeah. Can't put me back up in them streets, yeah, yeah. I couldn't move
He's 22 flash on him. I want to see where he's going. Oh, he jumped. He jumped. He's knocked. Jumped. Knocked. I just choked. Alright. Well. You good?
Spit out a paragraph.
Give me a sec.
Share the map, staircase. They see how I'm going up. I won't even stare back. Airspace, tear the tracks, never the base. I bag it and fold it up. I'm tagging they toes up. They latching on the back of a tow truck for free ride. Monty, I was caught by Jehovah. From the high I was gone. Now you sticking your nose up and we see why. Just because the leaves been falling don't mean the tree died. When you talk, it's like the truth go missing. Y'all be steady speaking now, but you don't listen. Y'all don't talk about your crucifixion.
What?
Wondering why your crucial fiction.
How did they focus fire me? Both teams. I'm serious, dude. Both teams. Literally, I come up, a guy comes up the stairs, I laser him, the other team comes through the wall at the exact same time. They both look at me. I should have just sat still there. Sat still. That's how it always happens. Like, yes, okay, I'm gonna just peek up here. No, I'm not. Oh man, that's crazy. You know one thing I do love about gaming? How, yes, but how disabled people can game. And they've created like a lot of ways for them to game. Like they have specific game pads and other things that they've created to work with people who have disabilities.
them. With frequent prayer, I defeat the haters. They wily coyote until they gotta meet me. They maker. We need deep and we need our savior. He was beat for no reason, like a preseason player. So thankful. I know I was spending my life trying to.
I just think that's really cool, you know. 'Cause those kind of people, or people with disabilities, they can't play sports, and you know what I mean.
I'm so free, God. I got the holy.
Right, I'm just saying, but people, even in Special Olympics, those people can walk and run and stuff. I'm talking about like the physically, like severely handicapped.
I'm so free, God. I got the holy key. Oh yeah, I'm so free.
Yeah, they created a big gamepad
I don't really care if they're aware.
for people with disabilities.
Give me more than I can bear. Yeah,
No, we're definitely not
I'm so free, God.
we're above on the ground by me. I've got nothing. 24 flesh.
They're aware. I just put a prayer up in the air. He won't give me
16 flesh, he's got an LSAR, so if you get close. Down there. Right here. Dude, he's right here. There's another one down there. He's no shields. Right here. Thank you. This guy has the...
Another KMF message. Yeah, they waiting demons have to bow down. Breaking chains of addiction.
That guy ran. I don't think he actually ran. There's nothing here. All looted. Might as well like push down.
Christ in my bloodline. Ain't another one above mine. Hey, how you living? How you living? Won't you tell the truth?
Nice, nice, nice. There's literally nothing in there.
Tell me how you ready for a war with the enemy.
A purple stock.
The spirit is defending me. Hey, front line, this is where I be.
He just res it, Mirage.
Reaper for me, honestly. Hey, I'm in Alice, I'm in Dallas, I'm in Corpus.
They're still fighting there too, so be our chance to get the W, boys.
Hey, if you wanna grow, you better get discipleship. I took a loss and
Trying. I just can't
so
though.
if you need a soldier, send me, I'm on top of it.
Right. Yeah, there's nothing here anyway, so I'm gonna loot right here quick. I'll put a zipper from right here. Oh. I think they kind of went down into the valley. Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah. He's keeper here. Are they in the backpack on the ground? Yeah, they're like in the backpack down here. It's gonna be coming up the zip. I'm gonna surprise him. Yep, there he is. He's coming up to you. Yeah, it's Pathfinder. I don't know where he went, but he's up here. Just every shot on her. That Pathfinder's almost dead. Yeah. Someone's landing on us? You're on the bottom though, right? I'm gonna res him quick. I killed him. They're coming though. Getting up top. Yep.
Light so bright, got shades for the sunshine. Stay heating up the word like it's lunchtime. Many send me from a lot, yeah, the Lord knows. Can't understand my tongues like it's Morse code. I don't dig through the floor.
Poquito! I'm coming down for you.
In the name of Jesus, demons get up out of here. Catch me in the war zone, find me on the battlefield. Let it go, yeah, we all
Good job, boys.
from your sin in the past that he saved you from.
Front line. We got soldiers on the front line. Christ in my bloodline. Ain't another
Patching myself up. R99 here. Really? You're crashing? Oh, dude. Oh, he's right here.
Yeah. Oh,
I'm healing. Down here.
yeah. Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna just bait them down and see what they do.
Living in different seasons. I got a million reasons. I saw my mom and daddy making their way out the
See him?
I'm never walking alone. Got anxious by the Jesus.
Okay.
When I fall, I made
For me.
it through the seasons. I do this for the city.
The rest of this.
Tony for the plug, you know I'm independent.
Alright.
I talk my talk.
Are they coming? Pushing you?
I'm in the field, it ain't no capping in the four seasons.
Is there 3 of them?
Grace, I don't deserve it. They been trying to
Your game crashed though? Are they pushing you?
They've been trying to tell me that it won't. It did. They've been always trying to
Just bait him in, bait him in. Get inside, get inside.
I just seen God change my life. Yeah, he did. Hey,
Here, I got something for him.
when I'm supposed to be. Took
Yeah, I
advantage,
got
I'm a
something for him.
savage when I'm on the beat. I got favor getting blessed cause I'm sowing seeds.
Come on, guys.
For a show, run up the feed, living in
Play a
different
game.
seasons. I got a million reasons. I saw my mom and daddy making their way out the trenches. I'm never
Oh, they're that
got angels by the lead.
not interested, huh? Okay. Well, let's give them something to be interested about. Are you going that way? Okay, they're split up then. Land on the Mirage. Can you? I'm going right up there. They're split up. There's a guy up here. Yeah, I'm gonna push him. Yeah. I knocked him. Nice. That guy's got gold. Got gold. Nice.
Living in different seasons. I got a million reasons. I saw my mom and dad
Just stay right here.
making their way out the
Good.
I'm never walking alone. Got angels by the reasons. Spring up when I fall. I made it through the seasons. I do this for the city. Hit up Tony for the plug. You know I'm independent.
Good on heels.
I can run these numbers. I'm on my Russell Wilson.
I mean, there should be a plenty here, right?
In the four seasons. For this grace, I don't deserve it.
Woo! That was a good battle. I knew they were split though, so I'm like, we have the advantage. They just didn't expect us. You went from the top, so they focus fired you. And then I surprised that caustic from the bottom. It was a rapper. There's heals back here. Yeah, there's like none. But I have to. Minimal to none. Oh, here you go. There's 40. Yo, you good? There's 60. There's 100 in both those boxes for you. You good, man? Yeah, this game's been really glitchy for me lately. Got like DirectX distributable errors. They're fighting right at the cave. Here we can put us there. Yeah, I've been getting tons of errors. I had to reinstall my NVIDIA drivers twice and repair the game. They're running. I'm good. Good. They're running bad. We'll be pressured there because there's another team. They're running. So I'm gonna get up here, give some reconnaissance. Gotta push though because we are outside the ring. They're up here. Over here. Healing. Yeah, let's just go. We need. I don't think we should go tunnel. I'm going against my. No, don't go that way. I can hear it. They're down there. Let's go around if we can. You got your portal? They'll probably cut us off. We'll get wrecked. Save. Let's just save your portal. Here we go. Perfect. That Pathfinder, dude, he was flying. Oh, they're here. See him? Right here. Alright, he's solo. I'm gonna try to catch him as a straggler. He's right here. He's jumping through the stuff. Laser him. Knocked. That was a bad choice, dude. This guy's lagging. Got him. Good job. I'm gonna take this because for quite a few reasons. Nope. They're probably gonna rush us from here. Be ready. You good? Pretty good on heals, honestly. If I have to heal that many times, I'm gonna be dead. Alright, let's just try to play cautious. Still 5 squads. Alright, there we go. No, they're there, right? Here, I'm gonna put a zip up here. You're inside? Okay. I'm coming up this way, I'll follow you here. Viewers are fading. I'm not shy, I just shine on the low. Jetpack on my soul. Oh, if this is a play, but I don't know. Jetpack on my soul. They won't take shots. I want to see where they are. Oh, he's right here, looking at me. He's blue. He's cracked. Be careful, there's got a guy right next to him. Wraith. Yep. They're both cracked. Yep. One right here. Got her. Need help? Not. Hurry up. Try to loot him if you can. Need to heal. Thank you. Alright. Yeah, I killed every single one of them. Oh, he did? Or down here. He's under the rock. It's a bad challenge for me. They're in there, be careful. Right here. I think they're running, I'm not sure. Good. Getting shot at by a different team though. Dang it. Yep. Just be careful. Kidding, dude. Can you run?
gon' have to hold me back, man. And tell 'em, you can pick a side if you wanna. You already know who I roll with. You don't want no problems with me.
Oh, dude, they're getting pushed. Yeah, they're getting pushed.
They won't let me be. Won't you set me free? Break this on me. Break this on. I got them shackles off my feet, yeah.
Oh, right here, he's got a massive. Dang it. He's setting a portal. He's setting a portal.
I got them shackles off my feet, yeah.
No, right here. Pull back, pull back, pull back. There's a Mirage solo. He's solo. Oh, never mind.
Brown for me, all that bitterness a
Yep.
nigga had to let it go. People talking down on me, I guess that's how it goes.
You got your portal by chance?
That's on me, yeah. Shackles on my feet, you broke the heart and now I'm free, yeah.
Yeah, they're playing super passive.
Your light on me, yeah.
Alright, they're rezzing, they're rezzing.
Found my purpose, found my method, only hell I
I think if I get right here,
You can
be good. Very good. Nice, nice, nice.
know who I roll with.
Nice, nice.
Problems with me.
You're good, you're good.
Shackles on my feet, yeah. They won't let me be. Won't you set
Get a weapon.
me free?
Oh, right here.
Break this
Yep.
on me.
I got no ammo, dude. I have a devotion. I'm pushing in here. I gotta go around. Here. Yeah, come on, come on. Right here. He's right here. Portal. Let's see if I can get a weapon though. One sec. What I got, 'cause I got nothing. Yep. We're in the ring right here. Yeah. We're in the ring right here. No, no, no. If you can, go this way. You good? You're good, I'm watching you. These are set up like this is like a ranked match. I'm going inside below you. Yeah, let's go in there. But alright. It's not bad. We could flank this team. No, how good they are though is the thing.
I admit it, I'm a killer, I got a lot more. I'm a finna that you send it up to the top flow. I repented, I was sinning and couldn't stop, whoa. I spit the escrow bars on Pablo. Infinite writtens, intricate spitting. Temple is risen, been in the kitchen. Flipping the system, vision is vivid, I've been there. Keep it the mission, get the rule off till Christmas. The devil lurking, I don't mess with snakes. So I keep a Draco like Professor Snake. Hopped out the plane, I'm a parachuter, never wanna aim. But he know I keep a parachuters, one on my left and one on my right, like on Larry Hoover.
Stay behind him though.
Like a barracuda. If you love her and can't bear
Sitting there? Portaling?
sorry you ain't sharing sooner. A treasonous
Here.
legion, an army of evil. I'm reaching for Jesus.
Find
They
this.
seeking to harm me. A season of reaping the harvest and keeping my feet with the teaching of God has been creeping upon me. I'm so free, God. I got the
Set up another one.
Oh yeah, I'm so free, God. I know they
Like this.
wanna agree, but
We're gonna be set up in the ring.
they're aware. I just put a prayer up in the
Just
air.
hold this as long as we can. We're flanking them.
I'm so free, God. I got the holy key. Oh yeah, I'm so free, God. I know they wanna agree, but I don't really care if they're aware.
Yeah, I would stay down here if I was you. We're gonna get flanked. We'll just let the team push them. Yeah. I'm watching you. Watching you. Other team's pushing down now the hill. By you. Oh, you're good, you're good. You're good. Watching you. Right here, right here. This is our third party. This is our third party. Got a devotion.
I'm loading the cannon, I'm showing the pattern. My hope is in Jehovah, I'll never fold. I know it with the boat, how I flow. I'm so free, God. I got the holy.
The Wraith is almost knocked.
I'm so free, God. I know they wanna agree, but I don't really care if they're aware. I just put a prayer up in the air. He won't give me more than I can bear. Yeah.
Oh, right here.
I'm so free, God.
No, I missed. This is the last one.
I'm so free, God. I know they wanna agree, but
Let's go.
they're aware. I just put a prayer up
in the air.
So
He won't give me more than I can bear. Yeah. I'm so free, God. I'm so free, God. I don't really care if they're aware. I just put a
yeah, we did.
in the air. He won't give me more than I can bear.
Good game. That was crazy, dude. That was a good third party though. You saw how we did that? You're like, I'm gonna die. I'm like, no, no, no. Just be patient. Just be patient. Because you didn't challenge them. So what that caused them to do is that other team rushed them. So they turned focus off of you and rushed that team. It was a long match. It was like a 34. They were playing that like a ranked match. They had literally the whole top set up with Portal, Watson traps, Caustic. Oh, dude. If I wouldn't have had my gold shield, I would be dead.
This is your champion.
In case you didn't know, you get here by winning. Good. This is awesome. I'm the jump master.
Medea, all good family.
Got a good feeling about this. Let's make a choice. Land here.
Hold your breath. If you have a respiratory system,
Check it out over there. Let's do this.
let's go this way. Lucky us, we are already inside the ring. First blood on the enemy. Enemy down. Frag out. Arc star out. Thermite grenade out. Reloading. Enemy down. Contact.
Nice work. Kill leader.
explore this way.
We made the right choices. Good, we're inside. Patching myself up.
I am repairing myself.
Care package being delivered.
Incoming care package. I love loot.
Hostile over there.
There's a jump tower over there.
Let's explore this way.
Ready to fly on a zip line. I am.
Help drone if you need it. Come on, Richard. Say hello. Pass the dash. Come on, say hello. Deploy and help drone. Go on now, say hello.
Might be something good this way.
Deploy and help drone.
Here I go.
Deploy and help drone. Help drone if you need it. Pass me that sugar. Got a hop up here. Double tap trigger. Come and get your birthday present. Backpack here. Level 2. Optics here. Sniper. Oil's ready.
Using grapple.
Help drone if you need it. Help drone if you need it.
Let's explore this way.
Target spotted. Hostile over there.
Enemy spotted.
Joke.
Frag out. Before the ring closes, we have time.
Hostile over there. Hostile over there.
Reloading. There's another squad attacking. Giving my shields a recharge. Making contact with enemy. Friends,
Patching myself up a bit.
I'm your new kill leader. 10 seconds to the ring. It's close at least.
People have been through here.
incoming care package. I love loot.
I set the portal.
Let's explore this way.
Listen up, I'm calling a lifeline package in.
Giving my shields a recharge. Recharging shield. Took out an enemy.
You are the Apex Champions.
Pay attention. You might learn a thing or two.
I think we're going to be ready, friend.
Introducing your champion.
It's a big up feeling to win. I say we land here. Get ready. Moving up.
Okay. Oh, it is more quiet now. What? What's going on, dude? Alright. Let me at least get down here. Voice is good now? Yeah. Carry what? That mag? Oh, sorry. Game is really low though. Wait, he's being considerate, friend. Yeah, that's funny. Like 9 kills. Dude, this thing dying. They're up here looting. They're up here. Yeah, they're looting. They don't know we're here yet. Surprise them.
What's hostile over there?
He's right here. Oh, I stuck him! Peyton Manning! Knocked him! Hurt bad. He's hurt bad. Come on, dude. Somebody, can you res me? That's a new team. That's a new team. Can you res me quick? Where's Lifeline? They're setting a portal too. Where's T go? Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Nice. Good job. What? It's glitched. Dude, that was such a beautiful stick. Yeah, I knocked the Pathfinder. There's another team though. 2 teams. They're on top of that building, Tigo. Right above you, right above you.
Eyes are open though.
I can see that the ring
Yep.
is on the map.
Yes. Dude! I think I upped your stick. That was funny, dude. I was just flying over him, Peyton Manning, dude. That was like the championship touchdown. I think they're still up here, though, honestly.
Incoming care package.
Up here. I think. Yep. Right here. 2 of them. He's low to the left. And there's a guy to my right. He's almost dead. Pathfinder. I'm rushing him in the bottom. Get the Bloodhound though. There's a path in the bottom.
We just eliminated the whole squad.
Just giving my shields a recharge.
Recharging shields.
Yeah. I'm lasering. Yeah, that's what he's thinking. I'm not jumping down. I'm getting damage. Oh, boy, like I ain't jumping down. I'm getting damage, dude. Why does this keep disconnecting? Dude, I hit him right in his grill. Oh, that was funny. Oh, it was funny. voice is good now. Thank you for your feedback. Yo, you know your mom's been in here watching the stream. Oh, nice. Sorry, I'm Pathfinder. Nothing. Oh, you got a Mastiff? Nice.
Extended heavy ammo here.
Oh, I do want that. Dropping a shield bat.
Making contact with
Okay, come. Oh, they know you're here? Okay, here. Alright, I'm going up top then. He's right here. Just threw his ult. Well, I think Bangalore threw her ult. Yeah. I'm good. Just gonna get on top of this rock. Dude, they're jetting, like, jettison. Gone. The heck, dude, come on. Always play the defensive play of the year. Oh! I gotta heal.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Yeah, that's not the same team though. They're over there. Let's focus this guy. There's two of them. Be careful. Yep. I'm gonna set up like a nice push right here. Gotta put an opening on him. I got him down. I gotta heal. You got him?
I got you, friend. That was a kill leader, and we took them out. Very exciting.
Some.
patching myself.
Oh no, that other team had a drone too. They were their original ones to run. So they might push this. Knowing their strategy earlier, they probably are like, man, we gotta get in there. like Tigo earlier. Dude, I'm getting damage. I'm not gonna drop down and res you even though I was lifeline. That was hilarious. Yeah. I'm gonna do a 360 rounder. I look like a little wrecking ball. He's down here. You just launched that here. Let's get on the house. Let's surprise him. He's in here or under. He's right there. That's not him though. It's not, I don't even care about it. He's gold. What? What's he got? Dead? Okay. They're coming bottom. Yeah, they're coming. I'm looking though. I got defense. 90, 38, he's flesh. He's gold. He's hurt. Bad. Good job, guys. Well, we should all have gold and red after that battle, so... You see somebody for real, or is that like a fat finger? Okay.
Contact with target. Cancel that.
Oh yeah, I see him. He's right there. I just lasered him. Rush him. Here, I'm healing quick. Nice. I got the. You got the res. Here, I'll get it. I'll get it. I'll get it. Your triumph. The red in here. I like the fast heal though, but I'm not touching the red. I like oh, they're coming. Hold the door. You can switch those out. Just, I'm gonna nade it. Oh, he's flash. Yep. Where? Octane's dead. Is he on you? Eco? No! Got lead. No! Oh, my game exited! I'm dead. Doesn't matter anyways. I turn up my... Got wrecked. Oh yeah, I heard you. Dang it. That was a game, wasn't it? I can't even see. My game exited too. It didn't crash. I like clicked off my screen on accident because I went to flick and I flicked the mouse onto my other screen. What was the stats? What was my stats? There we go. Oh. Thought you were getting off 5 games ago. That boy he's that SpongeBob meme. I'm getting off. 5 hours later. Might as well get an energy drink. Yeah, that is crazy. People like me working. I'm not here. Staying with you and taking all the weapons. Staying with you. I might need that. Nice. I get that actually. Alright. What are we doing? I hear him. Yeah, I hear him. It could be as far as the harvester, or it could be out here on the wall. I'm not sure, honestly.
I killed, dog.
Alright, I'm coming. I don't see anybody looting there. Yeah, I'm looting outside. See anybody, so. Oh, what weapons? R99. There's a peacekeeper. I need that. If I don't find one. I didn't land here. I mean, they're fighting. We're not hearing them, so. Yeah, no. That's all the way in the building?
Horrible. 1 minute. The ring isn't far.
That is far. I wanted to grab that.
Great. The ring is close. Less than a minute.
Oh, that's what I want to know about this. I'm gonna be a bit behind now. Sorry. Wow, that boy got ejected. Coming. Did I take the portal? Oh no. Oh, he's almost dead. Nice. Dang it. How did he... The sound is broke, man. How did I not hear him? He's literally right behind me. He got wrecked too. Man. Oh man. What'd you say? Touch portal. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum. Where is it? There it is.
Oh, yeah, right.
Oh, why did I cancel this? I don't want to cancel that. I'll land on the bottom. Yeah, I don't know why I canceled this. Not a good idea. What was it? Wee. Go next door. I turned it, Jason, I turned off my, input lag thing. I feel like it's better now that I play on the mouse. Yeah. I feel like it's more consistent. Yeah, he's right here, running. Oh, right here. Dude, he's like so hurt. It's like literally 2 health. Knocked. Knocked. Good job, homies. I just want the flat line. I dropped R301 in there. All I want is the flat line. There's a blue in here. Y'all want to push that? Yep. Just waiting up here. Out here. They're just fighting. I mean, like, fighting. There's lots of fighting. I can put it on top of the building. Hey, loot this box real quick. I just have a feeling I'm gonna have nothing. You're in there alone, dude. Yeah. See this guy right here? Laser him. He's almost dead. You wanna push him? No, you're not. What? Are you kidding? What just happened there? Oh my gosh. And this guy, he swings off the map. The pro that killed me. No way, dude. He like, let me see my death recap. Yeah, he 2-shot at me in the Brisbane. 126. While I was sliding. Well, do so much, can't you? Things happen, you know. Can't change the situation sometimes. I was just literally a wingman. That fight came down to. Okay. Yeah, that was a good game. A good game. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. What are y'all thinking, Mirage or this?
Hold your breath if you have to breathe.
Yeah. We can go like bottom and third party them. I'm gonna land the first 3 crates right here. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. And just come up and actually you can get really good loot here. That AV8. I'm gonna check in this place real quick. Are you going right up there, Tigo? Or Zohan? Yeah. Yeah, wait. I mean, they're up there. Yeah. Run. Run. Just run. Let them come. I got a thermite waiting on them. We're just still looting now. Alright. Oh, get down. Run. Knocked them both. I knocked them both. Last one. Right there. You're gonna have to hurry up too, because once you kill him, the third team's rushing. Oh, no. Dang it. That killed him. Probably gonna get off soon. Getting tired. For real, here's Johnny.
Pay attention, you might learn a thing or two.
Introducing your champion.
Move it or die.
I'm the jump master. I won't let you down, except by falling.
Medea, all good for me. I feel good place to land. Never mind.
Let's make a choice. Land here.
Okay.
Here we go.
I'm making a late choice. I don't think anybody's going here. If they are, we'll beat them. Nope, no one's going here. Let's just turn around and push that team. Nice, dude. Nice. Perfect. As long as you loot the center in front of me, I will have completed every challenge of the day. Yeah, we're good. I said we push right away. Go there. We are gonna have cracked loot, so. Got good RNG. Up here. Surprise this team. Yeah, you're so cocky. I'm running out in the open here. What did they do? Did they loot here and then run? Nope. Waiting on y'all. It's in here.
Might be something good this way.
Yep. Right here. Knocked. 10 on him. Yeah, 8. 16.
We killed the last member. Good work, team.
Told you. We had that good loot, boy. We came on them like a woo. Didn't know what to do now. Came out the bushes like a bat. Like when you're outside at night and that random bat starts flying around your deck. Like, get down! Get down! Get inside! Get inside! You want to take the zip line? Look, I'm gonna totally waste this. But it will be nice for you. Oh, Tigo, watch out. Someone's on the train. They keep stopping it. Right here, right here. Yeah. I only got like... Oh, I'm good actually. Or they stopped it and got off and pushed the middle of the city? I'm not sure. Yeah, they pushed into the city to the left. Them probably fighting right now. They're fighting like here or to the right? Not sure. Yep. I see the box. 1 box. 2 box. Probably gonna get lasered, but... Yep, right here. Whipped. 45. Set up his Revenant. Send him back right away though. 22 on the path. Knocked. Got you. Oh, he's got a self-res. Here, let me do a finisher. Pop, lock, and drop. Let's go. Love it, boys. Get in the game or get in the lame. What they say. That southern chicken right there, boy. We don't even need the vault. You know what I mean? Look at us. We're booted and scooted. I don't even know why I got it. It's kind of out of reaction. Okay. Just need some shotgun ammo. Sure, 1 box has. There we go. Good to go. Oh, good. That's a world. Put my zip to it. Get lasered. I hope the Volt is like a cool weapon that actually changes the game. It's nothing. Wish they would examine the people in the immediate area of the care package to say like, oh, well, this is going to be a useful weapon or armor. You know what I mean? Can't loot anything, so... Where do we think people are... It was like kind of adjacent over the middle of the map, right? The drop went from like, I think here to here. Think of where people could have landed if we put... See somebody for real? Oh, that far? Holy camole. Coming. That purple bag. I don't even care about it, honestly. I got everything I need. Here, Tigo, I'm gonna fire my zip. Or, no, man. I don't need to fire my zip. Oh, he's right here. See him? He's setting a portal here. The Mirage is almost dead. I knocked one. That guy is lasering. Yeah. Just lasering, dude. Yeah. Gonna push me. That killed me. I mean, dude, he instantly killed me. That's what it feels like, though, right?
Good initiative, bad judgment. Try again.
Yeah, GG's, man. Yeah, I'm playing all the time. Like, lately, I'm really playing all the time. Alright, for sure, man. Good games, brother. He said GG. He said GG. He said GG. Really? He heard you. Just left. You wanna try our game of ranked? Yeah, dude, I'm only 3... Let's see, 9. I'm 300 and something away from Diamond. I just wanted to get to Diamond. I got all the way up. See, I got all the way up through Platinum playing with Johnny, who was in Diamond. And he's like stuck at Diamond 3. Where's Johnny? Yeah, like E-Raz was. He is not on tonight. He's with his friends. Yeah. That was delicious water. Yeah, we can try a game or two. Then after that, I might get off soon anyways.
I know all the roads. They all lead to the same place.
Come on, we've got work to do.
I just polished my grapple.
This is your champion.
I swung to this position. Funny and true. This is awesome.
Alright. Just see how the lobby is. Oh, it's a good lobby. We're good, we're good. Yeah, it's a nice, nice lobby. Kind of lobby I like to see. Compared to when you're playing me and Johnny and like another diamond. You know those lobbies. It's actually not bad though now, honestly. I mean, we're not playing bad. We just don't have a good enough third. And then E-Ross, he's got to get some time to warm up. I didn't look at containment. Could check. I don't know though. It matters how good a loot we get. Let's see what our loot's like. Get that gold bag, brother. All yours. They're there, we know. I don't know. I got nice weapons, but armor's horrible. What do you want to do? I think we push up the hill. I don't feel like we have good enough armor to push. We would have got like blue or something. Nice. What I got that I don't need? Don't need it. Havoc? I'm gonna keep the longbow actually. Oh, I'm not. That my boy Johnny. That's my boy Johnny. What do you mean? Who are you talking to? Said you do what you gotta do. Welcome to watch the stream. We just got in our first rank game. Getting Tigo. I wish Tigo would get on the rank to grind again. Board. Wanna go up here? Be careful though. Oh, they're flying out. They're flying out. You hear that? Yep, yep, yep. I need heavy ammo. Alright, I need... Okay. Knocked. He's purple. Are they running? You want to chase? I'm good. To chase. I'm right here. They're in here. I hit him 32 on top. $46. Pathfinder's behind you, almost dead. Did his ult on the building. He's knocked. He's knocked. Jibby's got purpled. I don't know where the Pathfinder went. He ran. Looting quick. That was so noisy though. What? You did. Run, 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 run. This way. I'm almost at 90. When we turn this, I'm gonna put my thing. Here, here. Come on, come on, come on. Let's not res him right there. Let's go for this balloon. We're good. Let's like go towards swamps. Think that's a good idea. I'm looking. They're not chasing. Yeah, they're not chasing. I'm gonna go back actually. I'm gonna res them there. Just wait though. Just until I know it's clear. Yeah. They're down there. It's okay though. He's pathfindering. We're in a good spot right here though. You can always just turn around. Yeah, we got a Watson. They're just waiting. Let's just head for that. Head for the whatever over here. This. You're welcome to loot here, man. If you want. I'll leave that for you if you want to loot here. That's rough. It's unlooted, so. Do y'all want to loot here? Alright. Actually, I'm just gonna loot up top then if y'all already looting down there. Right. I'm good though, I just found a purple, so. Fighting? Oh, you're that far? I'm so far, dude. I'm like hundreds of meters. Coming. I'm coming, but I've got to heal still. Just be careful. Can you rotate right farther? Here, can you come back and hit the next balloon? I'll put you a zip. Yeah. Let's try to get out of the ring, I would say. They're on you? To you? Alright, I'm gonna line up top. Here, Tigo. Dang it. Run, just run. He's cracked. I cracked him bad. On top. Watching you. He's cracked too. Knocked. He's knocked. Dude, she's almost dead. Almost dead. She's almost dead. Jumping on you. Jumping on you. Almost dead right here. She's jumping on you. Kill her. Kill her. Kill her. No, don't chase, Rez. Don't chase. Oh, he clutched it. Good job. Oh, dude. Yeah, Creeper dude. I don't know what you posted, but if you're not a follower or a subscriber, you can't post links in my channel. Appreciate it. I think if you follow me though, you can. Yep, Dirtim. If you follow, again. Nah, I don't need to buy viewers. Thanks though. Appreciate that.
I swear on everything. Ooh.
Alright, let's hurry up. This ring's gonna be really strong. It's 2 to 4 here. If you get up top, I'll put a zipper down. Okay, cool. Never mind. Yeah, I won't even use it then. Really. Oh, there is like an actual zip line. Nice. Ew. Cool. You think you were dead there? Dude, this 2 to 4x on the flat line, I've shredded them. Shredded the Watson, downed her. Shredded the Pathfinder on top. And then that Wraith, she tried to push me, and I actually wrecked her, but she got me with a good Peacekeeper, and then he finished her. I just had a good drop on him because I flew out of the air on top of the rock up there. They didn't know where I was coming from. Where they were just so laser focused on y'all, it just left them open for me. We got good kills though. I think we just play for placement now. Yeah, we're good. I got 2. Yeah. They want to draw attention to us, honestly. They're pushing them. What the heck? Right here. I think it's a solo. Right here. It's going in the house where all of them are. Dude, there's a massive battle down there. I cannot hit that Gibraltar for some reason. They're pushing hard. You want to go there? What? You pushed me off, dude! I knew it! I'm like, dude, there's no way I just went flying. Yeah, of course I did go flying. I got punched. I'm going here. Up top. Huh? Right here. Red. He's red. Purple. Missing every shot somehow. There's so many, dude. Do not go in there. Like, there's literally... Yep. I'm pushing in now, actually. Whoa! Are you kidding, dude? I got ripped. I'm good though, I'm up top. Trust me. He hit me with a Kraber. That's it. Simple as that. There's so much over there though. If we could get over there. They're coming at us too. So get ready. Knocked one. All dead. Good job, guys. Oh, we couldn't have really played that any better, honestly. Did you burn this Evo already? I got no ammo, dude. I gotta think of... I gotta think about my weapon selection here. It's gonna have to be this. Johnny, are you still in here? Oh, that boy's gone. Yeah, he wrecked me with that Kraber. I have the most horrible loot dispersal. There's only one other squad. Let's go, dude. I think we go around. What? You're already there. Let's just go. I have so many shell bats. I have 6. I need this ammo. Eat. Can I get it? Did he get it? Or you? Okay, as long as you got it. Okay, yeah. We get lasered, but always in ranked, you just never know where that guy's hiding. Just lasers you out of nowhere. Yep, see? Is it a solo? The solo, I bet you. Probably over here or over here. Where is he? Where is this guy? Okay, so we came right here. That he had a shot on you. So is he over here? Or on her? So we came from this way. Is he up top? Hiding? Somewhere? I hear him. Yep. Say I was pretty sure I hear him. That boy was like, oh! Oh, dude, that was hilarious. It's funny, dude. Yeah, was max points. Yeah, once you get 2 kills, you just really play for placement because you're gonna have to get 2 or 3 more. That's what we've kind of found out. All right, man. Well, let's go for the gusto then. That was crazy. Got blessed right there, huh? Hemlock is what? Oh yeah, and the single shot's amazing. Yep. I think right now though the Havoc's just so overpowered I can't not choose it. Or the flatline. It's just so good. See I guess the Havoc you can use with the controller, but the flatline, it's not close of as effective. Cause you're mid to far. Oh, you don't like it? Put the new skin on it, dude. Not like in rank, don't try it, but put the new skin on it and then just try the iron sights. Low a little below the chest. The recoil's easy to control. Yeah, that new skin from the event. There's 2 of them. You know the one I'm talking about. That skin, the iron sight is so accurate. I don't even usually put a sight on it. Because they broke the bruiser. I know that. This is crazy, dude.
Powered up and ready to go.
Breathe easy. Watch your side and never quit.
This is your champion.
I'll high-five you all when I see you.
Don't. I don't know. Sounds like the lobby's pretty light, so.
Enough lambing around.
Just one, yeah, two. The other one, we're a little late though. Yeah, let's turn. Yeah, I'm gonna go over here. I wasn't even looking either, so. Looking at my phone.
The battle happens quick. Be ready.
My loot is amazing. Mozambique. Yeah. Watch that. That door right there, boy. Never know what's gonna come through. We should be able to get good loot here. Where's our homie? Don't call me Nana. We need you, Nana. I've seen actually a lot of people use that recently. On the Mozambique. Have you seen that? He said no. An astounding no. Like, never. Never. We're not even the champions. What the heck? Champion was gold. Dude, I got horrible weapons. Literally, I didn't get anything of use. I got this. Ah, there we go. Okay. Okay. I got something I can at least rock with. No. Alright. We're in a really weird spot. We might just want to turn around, honestly.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 2. Heavy ammo here.
Go back where we came from. I think that would just be maybe a pretty safe. Okay. Give us some speed. Okay. Just gonna wait here. It's already 14 squads left. Funny.
New kill leader.
Yeah. Nice, doesn't it?
Open supply bin over here.
Sure. Sweet. Okay. Let you know. The blue. Push back here. Hear that? Back here. I hear people getting downed. I don't think many people landed this way, so like we're pretty good. You know what I mean? Yeah. Wanna go there? Go through here first. See what kind of loot we can get. There's also a care package coming right outside here. See it? Right here. This is looted too. Is, yeah. Someone might have got that right away. We're gonna see. Yep. They're here. I'm not. Got a Mastiff or a Kraber. What they're gonna do. The Gibraltar, Pathfinder, and Bloodhound, I believe. Hit all of them. They're wrecked. Right here. He's wrecked. Alright. He's wrecked. Pathfinder's hurt so bad. One down. Where's the last one? Did you get both? Okay, nice. Who, me? Run. Run. Heal if you can. Are you in the thing? Coming to you. Here, go this way, go this way, go this way. I'm gonna get knocked. Good. Let's go up this way, this way, this way. I'm running. Are you fighting? Yeah, he is knocked. He is knocked. He is knocked. He's rezzed. Knocked. The Pathfinder went down into the city. I don't know. I don't know if they went up there or what they did. I don't think so. We should try to rotate this way. Oh, I did the ult. That's okay. I'm gonna keep looting that box, dude. I don't care. They're gonna get pushed eventually if they just keep sitting right there. Yeah, they already are. There's a team up here. I mean, they keep sitting there trying to thirst us, but just getting all the heals I can because I got none. Okay. I think they're coming down. I'm right behind you. This guy's down there alone now. Yeah, I'm trying to watch him. Yeah, they're just sitting up there. We're good though, just keep rotating. I can put us a zipper. I don't know why he's fighting. Yeah, come on, come on, come on. Right here. I got light, I got tons of light. I got tons of light for you. Oh, they called in their friends, so we can honestly camp them now. Right here. Right here. He's right there. Yep, yep. Help me though, help me. Down here. Letting him know I know he's there. Not gonna be that easy. He's right here. Another team here. Another team, they're down here. Let's just play our position. Yep, they're getting shot at now. He's red, 36 on him. He's red, flesh. I'm not rushing though. These guys gotta push in still. Let's just keep holding this. I mean, there's camping out there, but how are you on ammo? You good? Just need to make sure we watch back here. Yep, I am. Alright, here they come. Probably gonna throw his ult. All we gotta do is back up under the wall though. Doesn't matter. Yo, what's up, Johnny? Thanks, man. Come on. Yeah, he's gonna camp there. Alright. Let's rotate in. Good boy. What'd you say? Back. Alright, I'm right behind you. Yeah. You ripped him? He's wrecked. Like, wrecked. Flesh, wrecked. Just be careful, though. I hit him 20. I hit him 11. He's just blocking you. We can't push that. Let's rotate left. Come on. Let's see if maybe we can get on top of this building. Be careful, though. I'll go first to see if I get wrecked. You might still have that Kraber, too, so... Gonna be close. Sniper ammo? Sorry, man. You're talking to the wrong guy. Alright, so we know one team's here. I don't know where anybody else is. It's crazy how easy platinum queues are now. Remember how bad we used to be? I feel like it's so easy though. You haven't been playing though, like in the Predator lobbies with us, but you did. You were when it was me and whatever. This is so easy though. Like this is light work compared to those lobbies. I just remember like when we used to play with Freddy. Oh, coming up to you! Coming up to you! Yeah, I'm just looking at him up here. He's flash. Almost knocked. Knocked. See, man? These lobbies, dude. They're totally different. Get inside, get inside. I'm down, I'm down. I went to the bottom. Are you good? I'm right here. Wait for him to drop. Let's go around, let's go around. I don't know why he's fighting. Honestly, though. Right here, right here. Other team's going up top. See him? They don't see us, they don't see us. Yeah, yeah. Yep, yep. They're fighting now. Here, here, here. Let's see if we can throw a party. I got this. Got this. No! I got one shield, so. Oh! Dude, he's flesh. He's flesh. Push him. He's flesh. He's flesh. Push him. He's flesh. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? He just got annihilated. Dude, he was flesh. And we lost because of that. I cannot believe that though. Wow. There's no excuse for something like that. Wow, dude. That was good though. We did good. Not complaining. Most definitely. Who invited me? I think it was him. Let's see. I'll invite him. You're good, dude. I'll give you a few days to get your mind clear. Or I say it, or I mean ask you to play. I get it. Yep. Yeah, dude. It gets so tiresome. It does, dude. That is a grind in itself. It's so much energy. And it's like if you're not going for the purpose of like, you know, you want to marry that person, then it's, what are you doing? Huh? Oh yeah, Tico's up. When that boy's getting points in ranked, he's gonna be up. Your wife's gonna wake you up real early. All I need is 30 points. Or 70? Is that 70? I need 68. So. Yeah. You got diamond last split though. Alright, man. Have a good one, buddy. Yeah, sorry, man. I thought you knew he was flesh. Honestly. Yeah, I just thought you knew he was Flash.
We've got a job to do, so shift your carcass.
There's a win out there waiting for us.
Yeah, you must like that one, right? Yeah, something.
Is your champion.
I'm the jump master. I won't let you down.
You champ? Yeah, I did quit Xbox. Yeah, I was champ in Halo 5. I was top 100.
Here we go. It's a drop. Fun.
Yeah, I have no idea why. Not paying attention, honestly. Yep. Think I can make it. Yeah, how you been, Carrier? I ain't seen you in a while, man. Yeah, dude, I went to the PC. I'm a mouse gamer now. Mice. I hold one mouse in each hand. Alright, I definitely will need that. This is a pretty good drop. Did you look where anybody went? I didn't. Right. Right. I know, right? I'm champ #1 in Slayer SWAT and Team Arena. That's good, man. You've been on your grind. Yeah, man. I did quit the Xbox, though. Yeah, I play Netflix on there. About it, though. Did anybody land up this way? Probably not. This was far. Right. Yeah, it actually ended up working out right. Hopefully we can play soon. Yeah, dude, I'd be willing to play some Reach with you. You play Reach at all? What did your son tell you to do? Alright. I am not ready, but okay. I'm coming. We just need to get together. Alright. Yep, we're on top of you, so... Oh! Oh my gosh, I got lit. He's across the way, it's a Gibraltar. Are they flying at us? What are they doing? Dude, there's a guy way in the back. They're not even close. Sliding down. It's like the best team on the map, dude. Just get down here. Get down here. Bait him in. Bait him in. Is he cheating? Oh, it's showdown. No, no. No, no. Yeah, it's a wrap. This guy's so good. He's a predator. He destroys professionals all the time. Showdown. Maybe we can get him. Yeah, we're gone. Yeah, we're gone. Sorry, man. We faced the best team on the map. I knew it right away. I'm like, these guys are really good. Or they're cheating. One or the other. Sorry. Yeah, one guy was weighing the distance with the wingman. The other one was pushing up with the wingman, Gibraltar. I just got lasered so bad I couldn't even think. Sorry. That guy though, Showdown, I don't know who he is. I've like never went and watched his stream, but if he even streamed, I always see him in the kill feed though, wrecking people. Is that him? All right, it is him. Yeah, I'm in here looting. So, all right, trying to get as far as I can. Oh man. Yep, there's. I don't think I have an alt toggle. Nope, I don't. Yeah, it's fun, man. Rest in peace, free for all. They got rid of free for all? Dude, that guy Showdown's very good. That's a Predator squad. I don't know. I wanna see. Actually, you should look. Yeah, no. There's nothing we can do there, man. They're coming. This guy comes, we just gotta laser him. He's lurking. It's a Pathfinder. Get ready. It might be a solo hiding. We're gonna have to push out though. I got my zip line. I can zip us to the balloon. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna die. Yeah, there's just no way I can even get that. I don't know. No. Just G Breezy. Some guy. Yeah, he's a Diamond 5 though. Yeah, as soon as we got him in the lobby, that's how it was gonna be. I knew it. That's why I should have just probably... You gotta be like, so... This is what I was saying though. This is how the lobbies are. Usually. Just everybody's a pro. What? Yeah, he's almost Diamond 3. It's good, man. I'm glad you're in here, dude. I haven't seen you in a long time. I appreciate that. Coming by, saying hey. How's it going not being in school and stuff, man? How old are you gonna be? Are you gonna be like 16, 17? Dude, they would never know he was there. If someone knew he was there, they were cheating. You know how people like see you in foliage and stuff? You know how I realized how high ranked players always do that? Yeah, and they even set their thing to like 1600 by 900. Yeah, I turned it down like that. It honestly hurt my head. Yep, you have to leave on like spot shadow details, stuff like that. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it's crazy. Some of those tournament restrictions are crazy strict. Yeah, this guy's almost Diamond 3 solo one. 16. That's cool, man. Oh, here comes Solo. You hear him run down and hide. It's another rat. Pathfinder rat. That's kind of not a good spot though. In his native environment. That is his genius and species name. This boy's sneaky. Yeah, dude. I just was getting like, hey, we're just gonna play, you know? Yeah, you gotta be sneaky. These are the top players in the world. He's negative 36 points, so like right here, he doesn't get top 5, top 3 really, he loses points. Yeah, this is a Call of Duty playstyle. It's kind of funny. Get some music going here. Be just camping. Get something. In 0 knocks. In 0, or 0, oh, team dead. I'm gonna say no one's even died. Yeah, I don't get that either. Same. Doesn't make sense to me. A lot of things don't make sense to me about this game, but it's definitely gotten better. Can't complain. Put on some music while we watch this camp. Free.
Yeah, yeah. As I go through the motions, I think to myself, so many people been losing their sanity, living inside this vanity. We need some help. All of the tragedy the world felt, all of the trauma that these cars dealt. Where do we go from here? Seem like it ain't no turning back, look like it's over here. The ship is sinking, I don't think no one control the steer. We going under, look at their faces, they filled with fear. Sweet misery,
still 8 squads this hill. Oh, dude, it's gonna be chaotic on this hill. I saw a hill this big. Actually, I was watching the ESL, the European finals. There was 16 teams. Where? It's actually a really good spot because it's really hard to get people there, and when you try to engage with them, you leave yourself really open. He said, okay. It's funny, man. If I had a spacesuit, I would travel far. If I left this planet, I'd be traveling at the speed of light. If I made it to the constellations, I'd be hypnotized. Fascinated with the high. Thoughts of a sober mind. Yeah, it was the Havoc, dude. I got just Havocked. Oh, you're talking about that. Yeah. I got wingmaned earlier. Yep. Oh man, he wasted it. Unless his team was down. Sometimes I wanna run away and forget all my problems. Go stress free, no pressure. Don't press me, don't bother. Oh, they're gonna get pushed. He's in a pretty good spot. He can rotate right there. I just looked up, it's a full moon. Stuck in a trance, I want to ascend. I want to escape, where we going to? Outermost, going traveling at the speed of light. Boy, playing it good. That's gonna be right. He's too far back. Gonna have to hide behind the log. So strong now. Oh, right there, bottom right. He can get under that rock. Or right there. There goes 6 squads. This is gonna be crazy. He's gonna get lit. Well, I'm positive, so I think, or I'm equal. Watch what I hear. I'm gonna type this. Eggs of vaping. Carrier, do you play Apex at all? You're up pretty late, Nathan. Mind twisted, caught up in the whirlwind. As the world keeps spinning and turning, it's an evil world, it get dirty. But everything happens for a purpose. World going crazy, it's a circus to see. World on fire, it's flames from the heat. I'm just trying to show 'em what the world really need. I'm just trying to be the best version of me. Yeah, moving through the rain, moving through the thunder. Playing it good though. Moving through the forest, moving through the jungle. I need angels to protect me. Yeah. Still 6 squads. One click. One click. Gonna just. He's in the ring too. It's gonna get lit. Yep.
down, and this life is crazy, but I ain't folding. This life is a journey, but this my devotion, yeah. And keep me down here, ain't no way, 'cause it ain't. I put forth all my time, not in vain.
Oh, there's Showdown. There's Showdown. Oh, that boy. Let's see. I want to see. I'm definitely not gonna play in his lobby. I think I went positive though. Yeah. Yeah, I'm playing.
I'm just trying to show 'em what the world really need. I'm just trying to be the best version of me.
I'll try one more without him. That makes sense. Yeah, making that crazy sleep schedule, it kind of gets crazy. That's why I'm about to go to bed. Sleep any later. This game, I don't get it, then getting off. I just didn't expect to get any, like, just to win the first game, get 80 the second. I thought though, if we were both platinum, so it wasn't that hard. We had a lot of really good games today.
Yeah, sometimes I feel like I can't make it. It's dangerous, feel like I'm on the edge of collapsing.
That game you lagged out of, I ended up getting 2,836 damage.
Yeah, when it's hard to sleep, cannot find peace, cannot find peace. I look to you. Every single time I know you save me, yeah. So stay close to me, we gon' make it safely, 'cause you won't let me down, and that's amazing, yeah.
Dude, Showdown, he's playing so hard. No, I just was looking, he has, he's only 600 points from Master. I'm looking at what you were talking about though now. Is it in the general? I saw that, Nathan. Yeah, he's playing hard. That guy, he's beyond Master. That guy's a predator. Like, he might not have the team with him, but he's very good. I always see him in the kill feed just wrecking. Where did you post it?
That's when you pulling me close. Yeah, I know you won't let me go. I told my fear adios. I already paid for it.
Here you go. 26 kills, boy. Cool Shadow is just showing back. I'm so surprised I got people on my stream at 3:30 in the morning. Crazy. Even earlier in Japan. Earlier. I think if you go farther than that, you get later. I don't know. Oh, what are you talking about? Oh, is he streaming? You said I'm not that far down on Apex? Yo, boats, I'm good, man. I'm not purchasing viewers. You're a bot anyways. You're says something else. I have never had this many like bots come in my stream say, "Hey, buy some viewers." Plan? Yeah. $4.98. That's okay. One sec. See what I type? Yeah, I'm getting tired. Probably bad. Know how I got ooh, that's a good put up. You should be Wraith, dude. No. How I got so much better with the mouse. I started playing that Kovacs. They actually have Apex aim trainers in there. Yeah, you can set the field of view, you can set everything to Apex settings. All my life knew my destiny was greatness, but they don't know what it took just to fight. I put everything on the line. Oh, let's just go far out. Let's go as far as you can go. I think we'll be good. This is a non-beefy lobby. Fighting to keep progressing. I was down bad, bounce back better. Back again, this time is forever. Yeah, this time is forever. Yeah, I don't even have an heirloom. Are you kidding? Yes, there is one team right next to us. They only have 2 people though. They have 2 people. 2 people. Land here yet. Dude, my controller's off. Got him. I got them both. I know, he doesn't even help us. That was a perfect play because I'm like, wow, there's only 2 people. Go. Yeah, I would've. Good play, good play. There's other people here though, so yeah, heal up. Let's push down. I think bottom's unlooted. Let's get up top right here and confirm it before we run down there and die. It is, it is. Let's go here. Tagging. Encoding overloaded. Yeah, just give me a message. It said coding overloaded. On this road to redemption. Yeah. Consider turning down settings or using faster encoding presets. Okay. I'll try it out later. It's just probably, honestly, it's overheating, but he's looking at you. It's right here. 24, he's popped. It's like popped. Coming on the left too. What the heck, dude? I'm healing back here. They're like... They're pushing? Oh, he's flesh. Knocked. I killed him. He's dead. He's flush. Knocked him. Dead. They got pushed though. They got pushed. Just get what's in this box right here. Be careful. Watching. I'm gonna get back up here, over there. I don't see him. I can see right away. Yeah, you gotta still be on the hill there. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna try to get a shot on him right here. I'll let you know if it's a good push. He's running. Here, come on, push. Tons of loot right here. Yeah, I think he's running. Yep. I think his homies died. I don't think he came out of that battle not scarred.
Never let these villains kill my mood. I detect the fraud cause I always kept it true.
Whoa!
Always on the move, yeah. Rather not than ever cause there's too much left to lose. Been different since the youth.
Whoa.
Myself, I could never follow their rules.
Was he just like invisible? You see him?
I can't be like them cause I would not play the fool.
Here, I'm setting up my zip right here. Healing. Is he? I think he ran. Alright. He's gone. I don't know if he was like trying to come up and recover them or what. Good dude. Can we just play for placement? I got four kills. Yeah. When they pushed up the hill, that triple take, I just annihilated them. And then I got the 2 kills right away. Still got the triple take. Laser and run. What happened? For late game. Wanna push it? I'm down for it. I'd rather get, but if you want points, I have to get kills to win. Be careful. This team's up. Okay. Yep, I am too. Right here. Yep. The guy below us, I think. 104. He's flesh. He's flesh. This guy's almost dead. He's almost dead. That's it. That's it. Got him. Got him. Hot swap that. Hot kill this guy behind you. Oh, there's a guy above you. A guy above you. He's rezzing me. He's rezzing. Trying to heal, dude. What's he doing? Is he a wraith? Did you get this purple? No, you didn't. You got pushed. Sorry. Another team there now, I think. Yep. Try to get you. Yeah, they did. Use the foot.
Sometimes I imagine falling back from the madness. But then I met you in the traffic. Yeah, you showed up right on time. I was broken, I was tired.
Yeah.
You brought life, you brought light. It's 30 more minutes till my flight arrive. I took a quick flight out to the west side. Time is against us. I wanna give you my time. Fight through the distance. Yeah. Come with the lifestyle. The urge is essential. My love unconditional.
I think I'm still there.
I took a trip to the left side. I pulled up and then we slide. And she unique, it's a divide. The way I feel I can't describe. These eyes, seen a lot in my lifetime. Not like you in the right mind. Get me high, you the highlight. Yeah. I didn't know what I need till I'm better. You brought me healing, I was bleeding and severed. The distance hurting, but it pull us together. It's too much space, we need some time to settle. My life is changing, cause you making me better. The time against it, so I feel under pressure. I'm down for whatever, and I want forever. The ups, the downs, the worst, the pain, the pleasure. I took a quick flight out to the west side. Time is against us. I wanna give you my time.
Yeah, I think it was the one in the actual water treatment. Or whatever that place is over here with the cave on it. Oh. That's cool. Got my homies back. Yep. There's those boxes there too. Remember the boxes? Yeah, so oh, y'all got... I don't think it was here, right? Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Yeah, just keep pushing all the way to the back wall. They're gonna come. He thought I would save him. He doubted the savability.
Hey, when I look at everything that God bless me with, I'm grateful. I'm grateful. I'm grateful.
Just practicing my mouse.
I'm grateful, I'm humble, I'm thankful, I'm truly grateful. Hey, I went through the storm, I wondered around the wilderness. Ran through muddy waters, I got stuck into my ligaments. I'm a
Honestly, we're safe right here. We're getting recalled in this one.
Hey, DJ, turn up the volume. I'm kicking knowledge. I ain't got a bachelor or doctorate, but I'm a scholar, alright.
Perfect, perfect.
I was crucified with
Yeah,
Jesus.
we should have hid back there. Oh yeah, they're on top of that house right there, dude. I'm right here. Just hide. Wherever you can.
At every step, look to my woman, the sweetest gift. Then look again, she heaven sent.
Okay.
Look to my brethren, the vigilance. Look to my family, significant.
They shooting at you?
My progress, magnificent. Look at my conscience, is innocent. Look at my hope, is infinite. Look at my life, the second chance. Look at nature, his fingerprint. Look all around, the evidence. See, when I look at everything that God bless me with, I'm grateful. I'm grateful. I'm grateful. I'm honored, I'm grateful, I'm humbled, I'm thankful, I'm truly grateful.
Bet you astounded I'm here, huh? I made a fountain from tears. I flew off mountains of fear. I heard them shouting for me every time I bought a gram. Really
Chasing you? Please don't come at me. There's a whole team up here. There's a whole team on the edge of this thing up here. You'll get lasered.
I know the Father now. You won't see me calling Mari. I don't worry about anything. I came out of the coldest winter, hottest summer, no December, higher than any king. See the reason I know the winter blocked the other, put effort to show the world my heart been overflowing from the guy who delivered me from the grave. I could have been shot in.
You might get pushed by another team too. Oh, we down one with a R45. It's funny, dude. I'm good. Once I get top 3, I'll be in diamond. It's funny. The bee killer got you, boy.
This song might make God's playlist, might get sung by angels, might hear the voice of the nations, lift these words while they praising. This might block temptation, this might ease tribulation. When you catch that vibration, might get a healing sensation. I know life crazy, outrageous, seem like the evil overtaking. I know the wickedness is raging, I see the blood on the pavement. Look at what we created.
Yo, Zex, thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate that. She ate that. I didn't even really care about my rank this season, actually. Just wanted to get used to the mouse more. We downed him, deity. Got that sentinel. We got it.
When you catch that vibration, might get a healing sensation. Yeah.
Oh, they're up there still.
When I call on Jesus' name, demons flee and everything changes. One day we'll be free at last. When I call on Jesus' name, all my fear is stripped away. One day we'll be free at last. When worlds collide.
I wanted to make it horrible for him. What? How'd I die? Was I outside the ring? Oh, I couldn't tell because of his thing. I literally couldn't tell though because of that. I thought I was in the shield. Oh, it's pretty cool. Yeah, he's been soloing it. He's grinding so hard, dude. He's playing like 20 hours a day since he got his computer back. So funny. No, he's done with this game. I think he's been playing Valorant. And he's playing on the mouse and keyboard now, so. Alright, one duos match. Oh, it quits. Yo, Zex, thanks for the follow, man. At 3:30, 45 in the morning. A good follow. Huh? Oh, it's cool. I like 300 points. And quick. Like an hour.
This just fake, dog. I just played my cards, I just prayed and starved. I had faith, dog, against a great odds. I can't take the glory, this came straight from God. I just made a play like
they give it after the end.
Make the top 10. Just a moment I've been waiting for, so made a memory
cool.
that will be forgotten. Unlike the
Thank
game
you
on
for
the
your help.
locksmiths, we breaking out as Colossus. I feel like this is my time. This the need for me to shine, I promise. Still on the court after midnight, putting no shot and shot. Working my wrist, clocking overtime. This ain't happen overnight. Hard working, discipline. Did my time, walk the green mile. Now ball at the gym, way above the rim. Shoot the space, I'm ascending. Now drop the beat, let's make history. I got the power.
I liked crypto.
I got the power. I got the power with me. I got the power. I got the power.
Heirloom shards. Absolutely zero.
This how euphoria. Feeling so glorious. Forever victorious.
Just don't get it.
Heart of a champion.
I don't even want to buy packs. Because I know my packs they don't give me.
This ain't fake, dog. This just fake, dog. Had no greenbacks. This ain't Draymond's. Had no place, dog. Had no case, dog. Smile when I take my loss, cause they could take my dog. Ooh, yeah, I know that. Yeah, I got the keys. Die for the dream like a star spangle banner on his nose. Yeah, bone and petite, if I'm bone and petite, but my song I repeat, let them know that. Feel it when your skin on cold. That hate you receive, wanna make sure you bleed, try to make you see that will taste of the feed that will make you believe. For the sake of the king, on this plane that I need ya. On the other side of the pain, even as a champion. Tell me what it say, I can't outcome. Income won't change my outcome. Champ don't stop on the road, get tough. Champ only stop when the work get done.
I got the power.
That's pretty cool.
I got the power. I got
So beefy though.
I got the power with me. I got the power. I got the power. I got the power with me. This how euphoria. Feeling so glorious. Forever victorious. Heart of a champion. I got the power with me. Go get the champion.
They have a lot of unique color skin, but they're all like overkill. Like the dark fur, right? They're just overkill. They're just too much. I like to see this. The Spacewalker's my favorite. I always think it.
Lately I've been living on a highlight. I've been so
Any
high 'cause
legendary
this
skin.
my lifestyle. One thing I'ma tell you about my life. I'ma get it right now. Yeah.
Let's finish it big, boy.
Yeah, my life. Right. Lately I've been living on a highlight. I've been so high 'cause this my lifestyle. One thing I'ma tell you about my life. God send a light and it shine down. I've been running out of reason not to pray. I've been trying to find a time to meditate. I've been trying to tell myself that I'm okay. I think I'm finally on the way. I know the devil be plotting on me, but God got me. I know it's angels surrounding me, all they stay on me. I know my mama's prayer stronger than any army. Throw any weapon my way, man.
We got like 8 wins today.
Living her life in these trenches, time to skydive.
That's the most I got in a while.
Finally made it out that water like I'm tie-dye. Used to move like extra.
Dropping in, hang on.
action figures, now we life size. Got no shame, I'm bright, that Chick-fil-A to Popeyes. Never worry about clout, need to watch your mouth when you talking about Jesus.
I was just thinking, where's our first year?
Cause we so high up, it's hard to reach us.
Yeah, lately I've been living on a high life. I've been up so high cause
So
it's my
far.
lifestyle. One thing I'ma tell you about my life. I'ma get it right now.
As soon as season 5, what?
Yeah, my life. Right. Lately I've been living on a high life.
Oh yeah, I did
I've been
season
up so high
5.
cause it's my lifestyle. One thing I'ma tell you about my life. God sent a light and it shine down.
Season. I mean, think of.
Almost lost my life. You don't get it twice. I'ma do it right. Almost lost my mind. Through it, I survived. Now I'm flying high, up so high. Since I learned aerodynamics, I can't stay around on these planets. My life now I done came up. Look at how you planned it. And the view is panoramic. If you could see from this vantage, this is spiritual talking. I'm a miracle walking. It's kind of one of them. It's partially loaded. Yeah. As I go through the motions, I think to myself, so many people been losing their sanity, living inside this vanity. We need some help. All of the tragedy the world felt, all of the trauma that these cars dealt. Where do we go from here? Seem like it ain't no turning back, look like it's over here. This ship is sinking, I don't think no one control the steer. We going under, look at their faces, they filled with fear. Sweet misery, bittersweet misery. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here?
See somebody?
Misery, bittersweet misery. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Devastation and calamity, anguish and suffering. Where do we go from here?
Other side of portal.
Chaos is falling, the state is alarming. Look, it's all catastrophe. Where do we go from here?
Right here. He's wrecked. Knocked.
Bittersweet misery.
Oh, I choked. Oh, it is a third party. Dude, the raid's almost dead. You portal? He's healing. You can portal in the building, I'm coming. Trying. Interesting. Alright. They're rushing.
Yeah, lately I've been spending time by myself, riding by myself, staying out the way, quiet as kept. Drive through the city, me, myself, and I going in circles, so I'm busy. Head still spinning, looking out the sunroof, earth to the stars. If I had a spacesuit, I would travel far. If I left this planet, I'd be traveling at the speed of light. If I made it to the constellations, I'd be hypnotized. Faster Hallelujah.